What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the liberal loudmouth. All right, and we are back for some more action. It is fucking Halloween, y'all. Halloween. Let me get that gifting goal up there. What's up, Orion? Welcome in. You're the first one on board the crazy train. Welcome aboard. Toot toot. Toot toot. Jesse, what's up? All right, let me get my shit going. Y'all start tapping. Jesse, please start tapping. Let's get to 5K. Made your whole day. Well, I'm glad I could help somebody's day. Yeah, let's get to 5K, guys. We're going into conspiracy mode on today's live because I just read some shit that's fucking weird as shit. And when you put it all together, yeah, my numbers are probably going to be trashed today since I've been gone for a while. Let me just put this article up real quick, kind of the basis of my thing here. We got Trump pushes for U.S.-led digital economy that's free of tariffs. So basically, he wants everybody to take our digital services for free. This is after they've unleashed some shit that will allow them to monitor 8 billion social media posts per day. And now he wants all of these countries, going to hit them with all this tariffs on actual, like, tangible goods. But no, you can take our stuff with no tariffs. We're not going to worry about that. So he is basically wanting to infect these billionaires into all of these countries. That's my read of it. And, that kind of tracks. This also goes back to the Israel problem, right? Where I don't understand why, but they have this need to control everything. And here we are. So now they've latched on to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is doing for them what he will. And then in comes these Zio fucking billionaires. And yes, I said Zio. Fuck you if you have a problem with that. I don't care. Happy Halloween. What's up, Miss Chaos? And then you get all of those billionaire tech motherfuckers. And Bill Gates, he's compromised too, guys. Bill Gates is already turned. He's on the Trump train. Paulie, shut the fuck up. He's on the Trump train, and now you've got all these tech billionaires that are going to infect everything, take over the world. That's what they're trying to do. This is what Ellison talked about. This is what they've all talked about. The fucking Bilderberg group. This is the kind of shit they've talked about. Good morning, Peng's Evolution Laboratory. Y'all be tapping or you're napping. That's right, Miss Chaos. You let them have it. Fuck these people. If you can't tap, then you don't get to yap. That's pretty good. I just came up with that on the fly. Brooks Selena Garcias, what's up? If you're interested in discussing mutual aid networks to replace capitalism, let me know, Peng's Evolution said. Absolutely, MAGA is the problem. Sparky, that's actually pretty clever. I caught that. Thank you, Brooke, for tapping. Now, guys, I still have a goal in mind. So the Crash app should be running. $LibLoudmouth and at LibLoudmouth on the Vimo. You can start sending mutual aid to support the show. Today's probably going to have shitty numbers because that's how TikTok deals with shit. I've been gone for, feels like forever. Much needed, though. Let me check and see if anybody has requested up. Don't think they have. Let's see. Why is it not fucking showing up? I don't see it. I don't see it. Yeah, what the hell? That's weird. There we go. Can you guys hear me okay? It says no sound detected. That's weird. I assume you can hear me. Let me check. Yeah, that's all good. All right, yeah, nobody's requested up that I can see. Nobody. All right, that's fine. Let's get started. Okay, thank you, Brooke. Don't worry, mine does that too. Yours does what too? Let me see. Human rights, food, water, shelter, education, communication, sanitation, healthcare. Right and left both follow the one world order and fight each other to silence questions. That's absolutely fucking right, Strawberry. You are spot on with that. And we're starting to see it. I think it's infected fucking TikTok even. These little creator groups that we have. I think these are all like, some of these people are just so disingenuous. I mean, think about a lobbyist who is also a Marxist. Does that make sense to anybody? A lobbyist who defends lobbying, also a Marxist. That doesn't make any sense to me. Hi, what's up, man?
Hey, I didn't receive a notification that you were on.
Nobody ever gets them. They don't fucking like me.
So
They hate me. Guys, I've got a live goal again. Looking for 100 Octobers. It's the last day of October, so fill that shit up. I got 11 now. I'm looking for 100. And also $ LibLoudMouth at LibLoudMouth on Crash App and Vimo. Do your worst. Support the shit. Anyway, what's up,
no, I'm doing okay. Just looking at headlines, and I heard that SNAP benefits are with a judge, so a judge is looking at him, and so we'll see where that goes as far as like the disbursement, or at least a partial disbursement of contingency funds.
Well, so they have about $6 billion in emergency funds, but they need $9 billion, I think, roughly every month.
Yeah.
So I don't, even if they use those contingency funds, because they've already allocated the money, they just don't have access to it. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Because I just, man, they could. Here's what they could do, and let me pull this back up. I had this up this morning. I'm got to bring up fake social, which I can't fucking stand, but whatever. Donald Trump's fucking dumbass. This is what he says. He starts off talking about Asia, and then he goes into, and we talked about this on this program, and people were even not sure that he could do this, but I don't know if you can read it.
Yes.
Let's see. There's fucking idiot. Majority Leader John Thune, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, all doing a great job, blah, blah, blah. Where the fuck is it? There we go. Immediately end this ridiculous country destroying shutdown. If the Democrats come back, blah, blah, blah. Where the fuck? Hold on. There it is. It is now time for the Republicans to play their Trump card and go for what is called the nuclear option. Get rid of the filibuster and get rid of it now. Guys, they've been able to do this the whole time.
Yeah.
And I've had Republicans come on and they're like, are you sure? And I'm like, yeah, certain. Yeah, I'm certain of it. And so what we're seeing with this dipshit here, playing the Trump card, he's trying to take credit for something that they should have done anyway. I guarantee you, and also because John Thune hasn't been the greatest fan of Donald Trump. Okay, after January 6th, John Thune was very critical. So this is also a loyalty test to Thune. I would almost put money on this shit that Donald Trump in private has been telling them to shut this fucking shit down, shut it down, don't do this, don't do what you can do to open it up. And then out of nowhere, this motherfucker drops this shit, makes Republicans look stupid as fuck, makes them look weak, makes Donald Trump look like he's the arbiter of everything that is good and right in this country, so he can take credit for it with the Trump card. So anybody on food stamps who's not paying attention to politics, which is a lot of people, they're going to know, they're probably going to get their shit shut down for a day or two, maybe a week, just so they realize, oh my God, and so they start paying attention, and then all of a sudden, bam, it opens back up again with the Trump card. You break something on purpose, and then you fix it and take credit. This is gross. What are your thoughts, man?
I completely agree with the fact that they could have done this the whole entire time. I believe that, to your point, it was Trump's strategy all along. I think that both parties have an inkling that whoever, quote unquote, wins this shutdown fight, because I almost feel like this is like a sports team kind of, mentality, which is detrimental, will probably end up doing well in the midterms, right? So that if the Democrats win, then most likely I think that they will probably take control of the House and Senate. But if the Republicans win, I think that they will at least hold on to one House. So that's what I think it is. I think it's all that. But look what's happening in New York. Look what's happening in Virginia. So they've already issued state of emergencies, right, to fund these programs. So I think part of the strategy is let's let these states exhaust their war chest.
So they need the federal government to step in.
The federal government more.
Yeah.
So I think that's part of it, because now the federal government has more influence over the states. If the states now have to go into their emergency discretionary, funds, now you're dependent on the Fed, more dependent than you used to be. So,
right. Yeah, and you give a little scrap just so that it's just enough so that you're not starving to death, and not everybody is out in the fucking streets because they don't want that. Because that's a problem when people are starving. People that are starving, they do crazy things, and these people know this.
Yeah.
So you give them a scrap, and you essentially become a slave at that point, because you're completely reliant on the hand that feeds you.
I completely agree with that. And I think that could sway elections too. Like, for example, the New York City election, Cuomo versus Mamdani. People were saying that the early vote looks better than anticipated for Cuomo, and something that they're running on, and Cuomo's been focusing on against Mamdani, is saying, look, Trump's going to retaliate against you, and he's been making it a point to speak about federal funding being important. Now look in this situation where Hochul just did a state of emergency to fund this. So now people, I think, are going to go to the polls thinking, you know what, it could be problematic to go with Mamdani. Maybe I'll go with Cuomo. And I think that's what Trump wants. So
yeah, well, DNC shill rats have already infected that fucking campaign. We have people, and I know this for a fact. We've got people that were working for Cuomo's campaign who jumps over into fucking Mamdani's campaign. That doesn't make any sense to me. They're infecting everything. This is Democrats, because Democrats are just corporate. They're just nicer corporate people, right? We're the nice people. We'll smile at you while they would stab you in the face. I'm like, people, guys, I don't know. Everybody's gonna have to fucking wake up here.
It's sometimes you feel like both parties two sides of the same coin for that reason, right? They run on problems. Yeah. They never solve the freaking problems.
It's good cop, bad cop strategy. That's all it is.
It is. But do you see private sectors or a lot of these businesses with the same problems over and over? No, because what happens if they have the same problems over and over? Well, they either go out of business, they fail, or so. I mean, I don't know. I just mistrust government more and more. So
Billy, you just found yourself muted for the entire live. Was that special? Oh, Billy. Oh, Billy. Where'd you go, Billy? Fucking Billy. Billy Goat. He's bad.
I don't
Sorry.
know but
Fucking these fucking spammers. I don't get it. God, I'm about to turn that down. That's loud as fuck. Holy shit. Hold on, I'm gonna turn that down. I just, man, we're in a bad way here. You got, I'd seen a post. I hadn't read into it too far, but talking about accidentally admitting that they don't know who the fuck they're killing in those boats. They're now trying to push these surveillance systems all across the fucking world. They can now monitor 8 billion social media posts per day. And now, AWS, they pushed this right after AWS went down. You remember that when all those fucking services went down? Last week or something, and all of a sudden now we're seeing attacks on Microsoft shit too.
Yeah.
And you've got suspicious activity on your account. A bunch of people are commenting on this, and they're just unleashing the surveillance state on us. And all this shit is brought to you by Israel and these Zionist white supremacist pieces of shit. I think it all goes back to that, but that's my read on the situation. Everybody's going to differ.
I do want to close with something you might find interesting. So, corn. I know this is a random topic for me, but I think I came out against it. It's like legalization and for restrictions.
Of corn, like you with corn. The P?
Yes.
Okay.
And
don't take away my corn.
The reason for that is this. Look into it. There are those companies. They are able to. They provide that information to intelligence agencies. So now you can have individuals who
compromised.
Yeah, that are compromised just because you watched a few videos.
That's right.
And so it's like, all right, you want to have the liberty to do X, Y, and Z, and not have the government tell you what to do. But now you have intelligence agencies that have partnered with these data centers to get that information.
Yep.
So
no, you're absolutely right. Because guys, the people that are passing these laws, it's for the kids. We don't want kids to go on. These kids will bypass that shit in moments. It's these older people that don't know how to do this. Here's what you do. You go and download a browser called Vivaldi, Vivaldi. It comes pre-installed with Proton VPN services. You click a fucking button at the top right. It instantaneously gives you a VPN. You can watch every corn site that you want to. You do not have to sign up for any of these fucking things ever. You don't. You just get a VPN. It'll proxy server you off of another server. So when you go in and look at the trans porn that you don't want anybody to know about, you go in there and you fucking VPN that shit so you don't have to put your credit card information in there. Fuck that shit.
Yeah.
Vivaldi. Or just sign up for a VPN service and run the damn thing off on your computer. It takes like 10 minutes to set one up. It's really not difficult. Maybe I should do a show over it, minus the corn. I mean, not that I'm against corn. Okay, just saying, can't show that on TikTok. I showed enough chest in my latest video. That's probably all that's necessary. I don't know if I show any more, they'll probably kick me off of here.
Yeah, you had me relook at my chest and say, man,
I was hey guys, sorry. We'll leave that for Liberal After Dark. Well, I really appreciate it, man. I appreciate it, and got a few people here that are waiting to get up, so I'm going to drop you, and we'll get you back up later. I appreciate it.
All right. Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, guys, again, I will open the full panel once I reach that goal. I'm going for the lower goal. It's not even that much. Let me check my Vimo here. Nothing. Check my Crash App. Well, Justina, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. As a matter of fact, I actually got to give a shout out because the first day that I did not go live, I believe it was Tuesday, I want to give a shout out to Alicia. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate that. If you're listening, I don't know if you are, but this was from the other day, and I do appreciate you. So we are off on the right foot. We got $20 in the Crash app. Let me bring in our next guest. Let's see here. Soup for my fam. What's up, Soup?
What's up, Bubba? How you doing?
Doing all right.
I just wanted to touch on something real quick that you had mentioned that they want to feed us slowly.
Yeah.
I don't think they want to feed people at all. He's been itching to do the Insurrection Act every time he's been in office. He wants people
That's
to
fair.
get agitated. He wants people to make a run on grocery stores, start stealing so that he can release people into cities. He wants to put boots on the ground in cities. He wants to start the Insurrection Act. He wants to enact further plenary authority. I love that new word.
Fucking
yeah.
Stephen Miller. What a douchebag that guy is.
He's an alien.
Real quick, Lonnie, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Appreciate it. Sorry, go ahead.
But they could, I mean, we all know they can release the funds. The government does not need to be opened back up for them to be able to release the funds. He doesn't
That's
want
right.
to do it. He doesn't want to. He wants people to be agitated. He was hoping he could get it done during the No Kings protests. He couldn't. Everybody remained peaceful for the most part. Well, large part. I don't think there was really anything big. So he didn't get his way then. He got real mad about that.
Yeah,
it's.
I mean, you make a fair point, and I don't think that's a bad read at all. We'll see what happens. But I mean, this guy has no bottom, so I think your view is just as valid as the other. The other, though, is more general speaking, meaning that the government wants people so fucking desperate that they're the ones that will give you the crumbs that will keep you from starving to death. Because they don't want people to starve to death, because if they do that for too long, people will lose their fucking minds. Now, he may be able to, Insurrection Act, in the immediate term, but then at some point they're going to turn that shit back on, because you do that for 6 months, you're going to have complete fucking chaos. You know what I mean? That even, with a country as large as ours, with as many people as we have, I don't know that they'd be able to really, unless they just start missile attacking and drone attacking people. And, that's not a good look. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. I mean, just mass fucking all your grocery stores getting fucked up. I'm not sure that's a great look, but no, I take your point. I don't think it's wrong. I think that's fair. Crazy shit, man.
Anyways,
and I don't think we can put it past the guy, right?
I would not put it past him at all.
Do you think that loud. If let's say this does happen, they let it go on for long enough, people just start stealing shit out of Walmart, whatever. Like, do you think he would just start opening fire on people in the streets? Do you think that that he's to that point
he
now?
Wants to. Yeah. Do you not remember him saying that he wanted to shoot people in the legs? Like, he's already said that he wanted to do that.
Was that recent? Because I remember that.
This was during C-19.
Okay.
People were protesting.
Oh, right. Why can't you just shoot him? No.
He said,
I do remember that. What a fucking idiot.
Lunatic.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he is. And he's fucking kingmaker now. And, I swear to Christ, this man is trying to take over the world. Fucking Antichrist. The mark of the beast.
He's trying to spread everywhere.
Yeah, because now he's starting these secret police agencies where you're going to get full benefits, medical, dental, all of it. And you're going to get paid well during a shutdown. You got money for that.
$50,000 bonuses.
Yeah, you got money for that. You ain't got money for food. Fucking people that believe what he's saying are full of shit.
Yeah.
Well, Soup, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, go ahead.
Part of the reason that he's putting money down in Argentina is to build up their infrastructure so they have some place to run when all this shit is over, which is
Yeah.
eerily rhyming with another place that did that fucking 70s.
The rat
some odd
lines,
years
that
ago.
yep, that's right. They used those fucking they started getting out before the end was here. Those Yahtzees. They got Yahtzee, camps there, communities full of fucking Yahtzees in Argentina. Absolutely. Yep, great point, Soup. I appreciate it, man. Let me I'm gonna go ahead and let me double check here because I had I got some people that are coming up, so I'll drop you down. Appreciate it, man. So
Yeah, no problem, man.
All right. So we're a little ways away from our goal to open the panel fully so we can get a bunch of people in here. Again, $ Lib Loudmouth and at Lib Loudmouth. That's Crash App and Vimo, respectively. All right, let's bring up the next panelist. And if you put your TikTok name in the memo and I see your request, you will be brought up first. Pablo, what's up?
How's it going?
Pretty good, man. Crazy shit going on.
You're probably not going to like me very much, sir. I am a diehard Trump supporter.
I can't help you there, but go ahead.
I believe that Trump is trying things outside of the box because government hasn't worked for we the people in a long time.
Okay. I mean, that's what he ran on. I get that. I understand why people view him as.
I say what?
You know what I mean? I get
I'm sorry,
it.
I did not mean to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. I'm just saying, like, I understand why people think that about him, right? So I don't fault you for believing that that's the case. I just urge you to look at all the crazy fucking weird. The dude's got 13 billionaires right off the bat in his cabinet. He's got
That's
this.
okay. That's okay to
Are
me,
you
though.
okay with?
Let's
okay,
have America's top
who is the
performers
establishment then? Who is
try
this?
to fix America.
Then who is the establishment?
Every politician.
Okay, so you think that just the politicians are the establishment? There's nobody that's controlling the politicians?
Oh, the lobbyists control the politicians.
Okay, so the lobbyists control the politicians. Who do the lobbyists work for, sir?
I'd say the biggest one is Big Pharma.
Uh-huh. And they're run by what kind of people? What kind
I'm
of
not
people
exactly
run
sure.
that? We can pick Pharma.
Yeah, Big Pharma is a big scam, actually.
Okay, so lobbyists lobby our politicians, and so
Correct.
would you say that lobbyists are part of the deep state?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so who are the lobbyists actually being controlled by?
Okay, what politician? I have to ask you a question, though. What politician needed no lobbyists to become president of the United States?
Who? Donald Trump?
J. Trump.
Yeah, and
Donald
then
J. Trump.
okay,
He didn't need
them.
take money from any lobbyists, and he's tried.
Okay,
I don't know if it's stuck.
That's
he
the
has
claim.
tried to make laws to curb lobbyist power. Like you can't come out of Washington and become a lobbyist right away. What law was that he tried to pass?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. But do you know?
And
do you
I
know?
think that
Well,
was
do
a
you
good
know?
thing.
Well, do you know who Alex Azar is?
I've heard of Azar, but no, I don't know who he is.
Do you know who Scott Gottlieb is?
I've heard both of those last names, but I can't
Yeah, they
remember
both
why.
worked for Donald Trump, and they both were presidents or tied to pharma companies. So if the pharma companies are pushing the lobbyists to go into and control politicians, and Donald Trump is there to get rid of the establishment, and those are the establishment people, by your own words. So does that mean that he's now the establishment, Donald Trump?
Well, he is the president, and he does have a cabinet, and I believe
And so fill them with the very people that he's trying to get rid of. Does that make sense to you, sir?
It does make sense to me that he has taken America's top performers and is trying to run America like a business.
America is not a business.
It damn well better start being because we've been losing.
How is it a
way
business?
too much.
How is it a business?
It better start acting like it is.
Okay, so you want AI
I want
surveillance.
America to prosper
Well, hold on.
and all
You want-
Americans to prosper.
Do you want every American, every post, every email, every phone call, every text message? Do you want the government to have people in place to read all of those instantaneously? Is that what you want?
No.
Well, that's
think
what
they should
Donald
leave
Trump
the
is
hell
doing.
alone.
That's what Donald Trump is
Well, I
literally
think
doing.
The
You know what,
Democrats were
let me
also
pull.
doing that, sir.
Yes, you're fucking A right. The DNC absolutely is fucking engaging in that exact same behavior. You're right. Donald Trump is
I
doing
think-
the exact thing that the DNC also did.
I think Trump is the only non-politician president that we've had since probably Reagan.
Okay, let's see here. Let me just pull this up here for you, because Donald Trump is doing the very thing that you and I can probably agree is not good, which is surveilling fucking everybody and everything you say, right? ICE just spent millions on social media surveillance AI program. They literally, sir, he literally put these AI surveillance people in charge of some of our military. He gave them like leadership positions in the military. The ones that are doing the very AI surveillance that you and I can agree is not a good thing. So
It's not a good thing.
I
but
understand.
I think it is the future.
Okay, so let me just pose this to you. Okay, Donald Trump
Okay.
said to people what a politician needed to fucking say to them, which was true, which was these parties suck, they're fucking us all up, we're getting screwed whichever way by some dark, behind the scenes fucking, puppet master. And he was right. He was absolutely right. But Donald Trump is a selfish man, right? He always has been. He's very, very narcissistic, very egotistical. So once he was able to get in there using the rhetoric he knew that would, speak to people, he then took every opportunity to help himself and help those around him. And that's what we're starting to see. The billionaires are getting richer. The billionaires now control more farmland. Even Bill Gates is now a fucking Trumper. Man, I just sit on that. Just sit on that, man. Just seriously think about it.
American wages were going up faster than the rise of inflation for the first time in the last 4 years, sir.
Now, I missed the first part. What was the first part you said?
The last I knew, American wages were outpacing inflation for the first time in over 4 years.
I mean, this is, we're still under Joe Biden's economy, if you want to do that. Right? We're not even a year in to Donald Trump's presidency.
We're only 10 months in.
So if you want to give credit to Biden, I mean, that's great. But nothing that Donald Trump has done is really affected. Like the big, beautiful bill, it doesn't even go into effect until like 2026 anyway. So, like, I see what you're saying.
I'm just saying Trump has the atmosphere in America. Businesses are paying more than inflation is rising right now.
Okay, what is inflation rising? What is inflation
last
right
I knew
now?
it was like 2.7%.
3%. It's 3%. They forecast it to be 3.1%.
Outpacing wages are going up higher than inflation is.
Yes, and that has been true. I've got a graph here. So let's look at this graph. Can you see it? Okay. So,
I can see
down
the
here,
graph, but I can't
wages-
really read.
Wages are in black. So right here, we got inflation up here is a little bit higher. This is during C-19, right? This was after when the supply chains got fucked up, right? And so right here in 2023, inflation is lower than the wages. Do you see that? And then inflation continued to drop and wages continued to grow. Do you see that? This is all under Joe Biden, right? So no, it wasn't just under Trump. This is something that, because COVID fucked us up, man. COVID fucked us up
fuck us up.
Yeah, for a couple of years. You know, there was
One thing I don't agree with about the Biden administration, after COVID, everybody went back to work, right?
uh,
And
he-
Biden tried to claim that as job creation. No, sir, it wasn't.
well,
It was just people. It was just people going back to work.
well, that is true, but there were numbers on top of what was prior to that.
Well, he may have created some jobs, but not
Well, he
the
did.
numbers that he claimed.
Yeah, he did create jobs. He
He
created
did
a lot of
create
jobs.
jobs, but
Yeah.
not the numbers he claimed.
But either way, look, Biden isn't president. I only brought that up because you were talking about inflation versus wages.
Did you hear about the soybean deal that Trump just made with China, sir?
Did he finally get them to buy some soybeans?
Billions of dollars worth, yeah.
That's interesting because they were already buying billions of dollars of soybeans.
Yeah,
let's
committed to buy
let's
that
suss this
much
out
more.
real quick. Let's pull on those threads a bit, shall we? Okay, so
Let's
China
do
is
that.
buying billions of dollars of soybeans. Donald Trump comes in there.
Billions.
Yeah, and Donald Trump comes in there and he's like, we're going to put in tariffs. We're going to tariff everything 100%, 200%, 250%. Right? This is what he does. And everybody's like, what the fuck is going on? So they say, well, fuck you. We're just not going to buy your soybeans. So then Donald Trump comes and crawls his way back to China. It's like, hey,
I
we're
wouldn't
just
say he
playing.
crawled.
Whoa, hold on. Can we go back to what we were doing before I started going crazy? And then his supporters are like, oh my fucking God. Did you see what he just did? He started getting them to buy soybeans again like they were before he came into office. Good job, Trump.
I do believe Trump.
I mean, come
is
on.
doing a good job, sir.
Tell me you see this, right? Tell me that you see
I
this.
believe Trump is thinking outside the box. Why should he keep trying to put forth policies that have not worked in the past and they haven't helped the American people at all? Why not try something different? If it don't work, at worst, we just scrap what Trump has going at the end of his administration.
Man, I'm all about that. Look, Donald Trump could be the best president that we ever have had if he actually gave a shit about you and me. Problem is, he doesn't.
I believe he does.
His tactics are so unorthodox that it throws people off. They don't know what the fuck he's about to do, and that's a good thing if you have, if your goal is to help America. But
I
my
believe
read
that
of it
his goal.
is that he's helping
I believe
himself.
that's his number one goal.
Sir, he will not invite you to his barbecue. He does not like
Well,
you.
I'll invite him to mine then.
And he ain't coming. I can guarantee you that he will not show up unless you got $1 million to buy a plate of food. He doesn't want to talk to you.
And another thing that disturbs me is why are people so upset about this ballroom? It's not like the taxpayers paid for it. It makes the White House a better place to have foreign dignitaries come, and it just modernizes the White House. Why are people so against it, except for the fact that it's Trump doing it?
I don't know. There's something that just bothers people whenever you take a historic building and without congressional approval or anything other than just, hey, I got a hair up my ass and I want a fucking ballroom because I went to Trump or I went to Russia and it was like they had this great ballroom. And I'm like, hey, I got to give me one of those. Hey, let's do that. And then you bulldoze a historic building without anybody saying, hey, let's look through this shit. And then on top of that, you get these billionaire fucking donors to donate money. And you tell me that this dude is all about like ending the deep state when they just keep shoveling money at him? Come on.
Well, first of all, he doesn't need Congress's approval for none of that.
Well,
because Congress
yes, he does.
has the power of the purse, and he ain't using no taxpayer money for that. He doesn't need their approval.
Okay, I want you ever heard of what the emolument clause is?
I'm just saying Trump does not need to ask Congress for nothing because he's not getting funded through Congress.
Okay, so I'm gonna get the exact thing here because you probably have never seen this before. Can you read that? What does that say?
The Constitution of the United States of
Yeah, have you heard
America.
that? Do you know what that is?
If it was unconstitutional, sir, I'm sure they would sue him.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna bring it up here. Let's see here, because I don't have all of my fucking clauses and shit memorized.
Because Trump is not the only president
Right.
to remodel the White House. He's just the only one that hasn't used taxpayer funds to do so.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah. You're okay with like begging for money from billionaires? A billionaire begging for money. Why didn't Trump just pay for it?
Why not?
Why doesn't Trump just pay
get
for it?
funding
If he's
from
so benevolent, this
billionaires
man is
instead
so
of the
good,
taxpayer?
why wouldn't he just pay for
Isn't
it?
that the whole liberal argument is tax the rich? Why not take money from the billionaires instead of from the taxpayers?
Yes, I agree. We should. We certainly should. Let's see here. Clause 8.
And I do believe a lot of these so-called billionaires, they donated just because Trump was really on their ass about like Zuckerberg's platform, how he censored conservatives, and just some of them did it just out of a patriotic sense of America. Is it so far-fetched to believe that there's not people in this country that would sacrifice just for the fact that they live in America, sir?
I didn't hear any of that. The president shall at stated times receive for his services a compensation which shall neither be increased nor diminished during the period for which he shall have been elected, and he shall not receive within that period any other emolument from the United States or any of them. An emolument is a payment from other people. So the fact that he's taking that shit for something he wanted. Well, this is something that was not necessary. And I also find it interesting that you guys for years complained about, oh my God, why are you taking those statues down? This is all just history. Why are you removing history? And then you get this historical building, this gorgeous historical building, and you plow this fucker to the ground without saying anything to anybody? And you're like,
don't think it's gonna look better when he's done?
No, it's going to look lopsided as fuck. You got this big ass building on one side, and it's going to look weird, and it's unnecessary. Nobody needs a fucking ballroom there. He doesn't need a ballroom.
Why would we want foreign dignitaries to come to the White House, hang out in a tent, and use a porta-john, sir?
I don't. Do they do that? Is that what you're thinking? They set up a tent in the White House front lawn. They set up a tent.
Obama spent millions of dollars to set up a tent, and foreign dignitaries had to use a damn porta-john.
Good.
That's not a good look.
Why do you want to treat them like they're royalty? I thought we were about America first.
Well, there is such thing as
Is it America first or royalty first?
There is such a thing as the globe, and we have to get along with everybody else.
Wait. We have to get along with everybody else. Yet the guy that you elected is going around turning our allies against us. Shitting on everybody that has been an ally to this country, all of our allies. Pick one, and he shit on them, and he said that you guys have to do this, and we're going to cut fucking trade with them. You tariff the shit out of them. You don't have the deals that you work out. So when you say that we've got to get along with everybody, yeah, Donald Trump is saying America first, America first, America first. You're going to be the 51st state. I'm going to take over you. I'm going to take over you. I'm going to take over you. And you're like, yeah, we got to get along with everybody.
Well, I personally, I think America's been getting screwed by tariffs against us for way too long.
We're being screwed by tariffs.
Canada ain't
Other countries are being screwed by the United States. Because the United States has the ability.
What was that?
Every other country across the world has been screwed by the United States in some form or fashion. And the reason is that we have the reserve currency and we can print fucking money anytime that we want to. Other countries can't do that. We're in a very unique position, and we've been fucking those countries up and benefiting ourselves. And Donald Trump comes in there and is like, oh, well, we buy more shit from them than they buy from us, so it's a bad thing. Except we've been benefiting from all of those fucking trade deals because we can just think our fucking inflation and hide our inflation in printing more money, which, for the record, the GOP and the Democrats always fucking do. Including your sky daddy, Donald Trump.
Our tariffs? Why not increase our tariffs and change that whole dynamic?
I don't know. Ask your daddy.
Well, Trump did.
No. Ask your daddy. No. He did, and then he pulled him back. And then he did, and then he pulled him back. And every time he flipped, so did y'all. So did you? Oh yeah, we got to get the tariffs because we're going to bring back manufacturing.
Every time Trump
hold on. Every time he'd put the tariff in, you're like, we got to bring back manufacturing in this country. That's what he's doing. We're going to bring back manufacturing. And then when he pulls the tariff back off, you then turn around and you say, well, it's just a trade negotiation. He's just trying to negotiate a better deal. That's what he's doing. And then he puts them back on. You're like, yeah, we're going to bring back manufacturing. Make up your fucking mind. Do you want the tariffs or don't you?
I want the tariffs.
Then tell your sky daddy to put them on and fucking leave them.
Sky daddy?
Your orange sky daddy.
To be insulting.
No, I will insult Donald fucking Trump all day long.
Biden was your sky daddy then.
I didn't want Biden to be president. See, that's the difference between you and I. I don't latch onto a party or a fucking person and say, yes, give me more. Whatever it is that you do, I'll come up on TikTok panels and I will defend it even if it makes me look stupid. I don't do that. I don't do it.
You're just one of those that likes to insult somebody who's trying to have
your orange. No. I appreciate, dude.
You just called me stupid. You fucking moron.
No. I called Trump stupid. You have been great.
No, you called me stupid.
No, that you misheard that.
Yes.
No, listen.
No, I heard you perfectly fine.
Shh, calm down. I did not call you stupid. If that's what you heard,
yes,
my apologies for you hearing that incorrectly. However, I was about to say what I was about to say is that I have been.
Hey, run your little live and be a happy little libtard.
He's crashing out. Let the crash out begin. Go ahead, Pablo. Crash out and run. He just took off, guys. I can't say it. Because, see, this is why you can't allow yourself to become a sports team politician, where you just latch onto your party and you say, I'm going to defend you no matter what. Because then when you get people like this, they can go back and say, yeah, but when Biden did this, I didn't care for Biden either. And anything he did that was shitty, I'll fucking call that out too. And if you don't do that, that makes you a hypocrite. So people need to start doing that. Real quick, let me do a PSA. Guys, keep fucking tapping. We are almost to 25K. And Pablo, what I was going to say, and I hope you can hear this, is you were actually really good. And that's why you stayed way longer than the timer was up. I appreciated your discourse. And I apologize if you thought that I called you stupid. I did not. I don't know what was said that made you think that, but whatever. Either way. We're almost to 25K. Let's get to 25K. Keep tapping. Let me check my stuff here. What do we got? Nothing on the Vimo. Chaos. Thank you for the $1. I appreciate that. Thank you. Guys, $sign Lib Loudmouth at Lib Loudmouth. We have been up for 48 minutes. I've got a goal in mind. We are about $60 away. If we don't reach that at the hour and a half mark, I'm shutting the show down. Okay. Let me bring up AJ was right. Actually, let me bring up John. I'd like to speak to John for a minute. AJ, sit tight. I'll bring you right back up. What's up, John? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, mate. I appreciated all those comments in the last 3/4 of an hour. I won't be able to stay too long tonight because I was up all night last night talking to a friend. But I did want to comment on your what you said about the Democrats, the establishment Democrats, and also what Pablo was saying, because there seems to be something that's missed in American history. Okay, and I think this is a really important point, and that is that when the Revolutionary War was won, it wasn't the case that you immediately adopted the Constitution. That happened in 1787. And the reason that it happened was on the back of Shays' Rebellion, right? The rebellion by the farmers in Massachusetts because the Boston merchants were putting taxes on them and
Mhm.
ripping their farmland off them. And what happened was that Shay formed a militia, and he went in and started, firebombing the courthouses and creating civil unrest, bringing the system to its knees. And they couldn't then run the system because of Shays' Rebellion, and that scared the founding fathers, Adams, Washington, Madison, Hamilton, Jefferson, into hiring a private army, right, to go and overthrow Shays' Rebellion. So that's the first example in American history where the government, if you like, the emerging Continental Congress decided to hire a private army to put it against the American citizens, what we're sort of seeing now in a different
Right.
context. Now, the point, then what happened though, was that when that private army suppressed Shays' Rebellion, of course, they then moved in 1787 to pass the US Constitution, which did not contain a Bill of Rights.
Right.
And the only reason the Bill of Rights came in was because Patrick Henry and the old revolutionaries, right, that is the ones that thought it should be about democracy, not about elitism. Because we've got to understand the founding fathers were the oligarchs of their day. The
That
slave
is true.
owners, the landowners, right, the money owners. And so why did they send in the private army to overthrow Shays' Rebellion? And Shays' Rebellion wasn't political. They were just standing up for not losing their farms and their houses, right? Much like Americans are losing out today if you're in the working class. And
Yeah,
so
because you're
Patrick
not
Henry-
allowed to have a say in what's happening to yourself. You got to do what the government tells you to do.
Right, and Patrick Henry, who was one of the Democratic founding fathers out of Virginia, he told James Madison directly, that the people won't accept a constitution on high from 300 oligarchs 300 miles away when it would be no different to the 400 oligarchs 4,000 miles away in the UK.
Right.
And then he said, and when he said that, the people won't accept it, he was basically saying quite directly to Madison that if there'll be another Shays' Rebellion, there'll be another revolution if you don't put that Bill of Rights in there. Because at that point, Patrick Henry knew that there was going to be
the people were going to say, fuck you. That's right.
Right.
Yep.
And because it wasn't certain, because remember, when Hamilton and Madison tried to bring in a constitution earlier in the piece, no one was interested. They were happy just to keep a coalition of states. Why do we need a central government? And the reason was Shays' Rebellion, because they all got scared the people might actually take over. And so the point I'm making, that you are in a similar position now where they're saying, we're going to go back to a constitution that doesn't have a Bill of Rights. And,
Right.
and the only way that happened the first time,
Even
was
though we
because
have
of Shays' Rebellion.
they want to ignore
No,
it.
they're going exactly. They're going
Right.
to sideline it. They're essentially going to make it irrelevant. And the point I'm making is the only reason that it's there in the first place is the threat of violence and the actual violence of Shays' Rebellion. And if that doesn't tell you what you should be doing now, well, then you don't understand
And
American
they've made
history.
us fat. They've made us addicted.
Right.
They've made us sick.
And lazy.
They've made us unhealthy, lazy, stuck to our fucking screen screaming about the Kardashians. Oh my God, did you see her butt implants? That's what we've done. And so once we have been fully plumped up and we're nice and fat like the chicken that takes 6 months to get this fucking big, then they come in and take us over because they know we're not going to do anything because they fucked us up this whole time. You're right.
Because you're not going to do a Shays' Rebellion
right.
the way that you need to get that Bill of Rights. And I'll make the final point, Tim, which is this is why the DNC isn't fighting for workers in any capacity, because they're just one arm of that original oligarchic group that set up that constitution. And it was the progressives of their time, literally Patrick Henry, who basically put the fear of God into the founding fathers, saying, you're going to have a revolution on your hands. And he was basically threatening to lead it if we don't have a Bill of Rights. And that's the only reason Madison campaigned for it, because he was fucking shit scared that the people would come take his slaves off him,
take his shit,
take his property, right, and that's it. And that's where you've got to put the billionaires now to get those fucking rights back.
They have to be afraid. That's right.
They have to be shit scared, and the only way they're going to be shit scared, how did Shay do it? He started burning down the courthouses that were part of the regime's process. He started burning down the merchants. He started burning, he basically took the battle.
And
to
see,
them
we
in
don't have to
terms of
do that
property.
because they're so connected to us. We just have to remove our fucking money from all of that and say, you know what? I'm going to take my ball and I'm going to go do what the fuck I want and don't spend a fucking dime that you don't have to on anything.
Right,
That's what you do.
right, exactly.
Except for Liberal
Yep.
Loudmouth Show. $ Lib Loudmouth on Cash App. At Lib Loudmouth on Vimo. Yes, I'm a hypocrite, but I still need fucking money to eat. But John, you make a great point. I really appreciate that. Sorry, I just thought that was funny. But yeah, man. No, I thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let me drop you down because AJ's been waiting for a minute. I did pull you up after
Cool,
because
man.
we've got some rapport, you and I. But I appreciate it, man. I'll drop you
appreciate it.
and hang out because we
Good on you,
are,
mate.
I think, about halfway to the goal. So we should be opening the panel here soon. We'll see you.
I'll try
Peace.
and stay as long as I can. It's 1 a.m.
All right, man. Yeah, I understand.
Good
All
on
right,
you,
man.
buddy.
We'll
Love
see
your
you.
work.
Peace. Thank you.
Cheers.
Yep. All right, guys, real quick. AJ, hold tight. Let me get through. Carrie, thank you for the $25. Robert, thank you for the $5. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. We are basically halfway there. So another $50 and we should be good. I'll open the panel up and we'll do that. $ Lib Loudmouth Crash App at Lib Loudmouth on Vimo. Let me bring in AJ. AJ, thank you for being so very patient. I appreciate you. Go ahead.
No problem, man. I just wanted to say, like, you have the best prompts on here, like One World Government, Antichrist, Mark of the Beast, but no one's talking about it. It's kind of frustrating.
Yeah.
But basically, I voted for Trump, but then, like, I don't support this guy anymore because as soon as he started saying, oh, Epstein files is a hoax, I don't want your support anymore. Cool, man. I'm not going to support you anymore.
I'm out.
But,
Yeah.
like him working Palantir, him working with Palantir, Peter Thiel, Jade Mantel, like it's not looking good, man. I think we are gonna end up getting the beast system, and we're gonna be fucked, bro.
Yeah, and see now he's unveiling this secret police shit where we can pay you good money and you can have full benefits and all this shit if you come and do for us. And he was talking about putting this out nationwide in all the cities. Man, we're seeing some crazy fucking shit right now, and the hyperbole a little bit on the bottom there, but I mean, this is. To me, what he's attempting to do is just take over the fucking world. But, that's my read of it. Again,
I mean, definitely him, and then like how we support.
Now you're breaking
how we
up
just
really. You're
support
breaking
Israel
up really
and,
bad
like,
when you talk. You're breaking up really bad. So I don't know if you're like inside or something. You might go to because I really want to hear what you have to say. But you were cutting out a lot. Are you still with me?
But I'm in the hills. I'm working.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I can get most of what you're saying, so I'll just deal with it. Sorry to the people in the comment section. Just deal with it. But go ahead, AJ. Go ahead.
Sorry
Man.
about that. I'm in the hills. There's like bad signal.
No, you're good, man. Go ahead.
But yeah, man. How we endlessly like support Israel. Like we're fucked, bro. Like.
Yep.
These guys want to rebuild the third temple and shit. It's bad, dude.
Yeah, no, and I get fucking these rabid fucking Zionists have just infected the parties. Both parties are fucked. I mean, you got Ted Cruz. I ran so that I could be the biggest supporter of Israel. Like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah, like what the fuck is that, dude?
Yeah, and people may not know this, but you can look this shit up. In Hebron, Israel is the one that came up with this surveillance shit. These fucking smart cities that you're starting to see. They'll do little community gatherings. And they'll talk about smart cities and all the cameras and shit. It's gonna make you safer. Everything's gonna make it better.
Yep.
This shit it was fucking beta tested in Israel and Hebron on the Palestinians, and now they brought it over here. And now you got Ellison and fucking Teal and all these other asshole shitwad Zio cocksuckers that are now just going to deploy it across the world.
Yeah, precisely. They're trying to do digital ID in the UK. They already have it in India, Vietnam. Like, it's getting really bad, man. It's only a matter of time, I think, till they try to bring that here.
Yep. And people are, oh my God, he's crazy. He's a conspiracy theorist.
Right.
We're fucking watching it happen. We're
Yeah.
watching it
Open your eyes,
happen.
guys.
You have to be
Open your
willing
eyes.
to see patterns and acknowledge what the fuck it is that you're seeing.
Yeah, and that's what I liked is that you said too, like, you know, we can't be attached to these political parties because, man, they're both fucking us from both sides. You know,
That's
the
right.
same people that are implementing this stuff are paying Democrats and they're paying Republicans. Like,
That's right. And you got to know which are which, because these fuckers are real good at manipulating everything and making you think one way or the other. Oh, I'm a leftist, I'm a progressive, and then sit up here and
Yeah.
shill for Hillary Clinton or some fucking shit.
yeah,
Or
yeah.
lobbyists are good. Man, bitch, get the fuck out of here with that. I'm sick of it.
Yeah, bro. So it's refreshing to see like a good discussion going on because most of these lives are just little idiots attached to their one side and they'll defend every dumbass thing they do. It's like, man, we're so cooked.
We are. Yeah, and here's the thing, though. I think a lot of those spaces are pre-installed fucking, operation, some fucking, counterintelligence shit that these, establishment people have put in. I don't know, but the way they operate
It's possible,
makes it seem
like
like
Harry Sisson and stuff, obviously, but like at the
Yeah.
same time, now Ellison owns this app, so
right. Yeah. Oh, don't worry. We're going to make it because he can't say anything bad about, Israel, because if you do, that means you're a Jew hater. It's like, I'm sorry. I thought Israel was full of a bunch of people, not just Jewish people.
And what's crazy too is they manipulate like Christians and saying you got to support Israel, but like, bro, they're talking about Israel from thousands of years, not the one made in 1948 by the Rothschild family.
Thank you. Fucking thank you. But anyway, AJ, I appreciate it, man. I've got like 12,000 people trying to get up here, so I'm going to go ahead and drop you down.
Man.
Yep. I hope you come back, man. We'll see you. Peace. All right, now I got to give some shout outs. You are the biggest gifter today. Boy, you got 4,800 points. Thank you so fucking much. I appreciate that, man. Next in line is Carrie with 355. Third is Jussie. Brooke is 4. The Evans is 5. Thank you all for the gifts. I appreciate that. Now, let me get through some of these new donations, if you will. Carrie, thank you for the $10. Different Carrie with a C. Let me check my other. I believe I just Poetivity. Thank you for the $25. Thank you very much. And you come right to the front of the line. Welcome in, Poetivity.
Not why I did it.
That's okay. Hey, you know what? If you're gonna support me, I'm gonna fucking pull your ass up here whenever you come up.
Thanks. I appreciate
Mutual
it.
aid, as it were. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's important, like the last two guests that I've listened to have said, it's both sides. And I think it's really important that we acknowledge that the political system has not worked for all of us for a long time. In other words, we would be totally green energy since the 1970s if it did.
That's right. Jimmy Carter started that shit, didn't he?
Yeah.
Ronald Reagan came in. We're going to
to
take the solar panels off the White House. We can't be doing that. Ridiculous.
Yeah, that's why. But I want to acknowledge that Jimmy Carter was a Democrat, and he put the solar panels on the White House, and he acknowledged the science behind the findings, and that if we had had Democrats who acknowledged the science behind the findings all along, instead of flipping over and getting businesses and billionaires all nervous, that we would have a totally different society that we have right now, and it would be better. And so it's not both sides. And if there are people on our side that are on the other side, in other words, taking money from corporations and doing the bad things, we need to vote those people out, because there's a lot of people in the United States, and we don't have to have those people in there. And we don't have to have people in there who support Israel. We don't have to have people in there who are bribable. And
that's right.
And there are a lot of non-bribable people in the United States who will do the right thing. Yeah, who will do the right. Well, enlist yourself and start running for office, because we need people who are non-bribable. What we've got in there now are totally bought and sold people on the Republican side. I mean, you can tell they're
Yep.
all bought and sold. And on the Democratic side, we have some, which means that when we have power, we don't have the ability to do what we want to do. We had Manchin and Cinema.
Fucking
And
God. Those
yeah,
people.
they ruined a
And
lot
fucking
of things for
Lieberman
us.
back in the day too. That little weasel.
Yeah.
He's a weasel.
Yeah, no, we're not all bought and sold on the Democratic side. Some are bought and sold. That's why, like, HR1 was an anti-corruption bill when Nancy Pelosi was in there, and it limited like the donations that you can take from corporations. It limited everything, and it made it so that you couldn't exchange stocks and all of that stuff, like based on your knowledge in government, and they couldn't get that passed. And they couldn't get it passed even though the Democrats had power because of some of the Democrats. We need to weed those people out. We
Yep.
need to clean house entirely. And by clean house, I mean, let's look for, from now on, people who represent our true values as a nation, freedom
Right.
and justice, and the justice system being clean and pure and right and running, not, you know, we've got corrupt judges in there now. We've got corrupt people everywhere. And they're
Everywhere.
very wealthy. They're easy to identify because they're very wealthy, and they you know, take money whenever you can give it to them.
And the problem is that, you know, it's real easy to run and say, I'm for free speech. I'm for this and that. And I'm for, but you know, they're lying to you. So you gotta dig a little deeper and see what their actions are. If they go around and they're like blocking accounts on their fucking campaign page who is saying something that's like against them, they ain't for free speech. Those people aren't for free speech. Fucking, you know, especially when you're running for office and you're doing that, like, get fucked. So, I mean, people need to be more aware.
Somebody in the comments said, do you have trust in the voting system these days? And I fear that that's the biggest problem that we may have from now on, is because they realized that we were headed in this direction. They realized that we wanted this stuff, you know.
Right.
And so they took over the voting systems and they took over the structure of our government. And now we have to fight this authoritarian.
They sure as fuck did. And no, I have no confidence in our fucking systems as we have them now. Guys, we are about $20 away from the goal. Once we get there, I will open this thing up to everybody and you'll be able to come up. All 8 panels will get filled. So if you want to see a full panel, you can send $LibLoudmouth or at LibLoudmouth. That's Crash App and Vimo respectively. But and thank you again, Potivity, for that. I really, really appreciate it. I'm sorry I missed your first one.
I appreciate the work that you do, and I didn't see your show on for a couple of days. I'm building a factory right now, so I'm so busy that I'm not able to be.
Not around. A Minecraft factory, right? A real actual factory?
Yes.
Okay. Because see, whenever I say I'm building a factory, I'm talking about like Minecraft on my computer.
No, I'm trying to build a factory that actually employs regular people on a schedule that they can do on their own. It supports moms. They drop their kids off at school and they come to work and then they leave a half an hour before they have to go pick them up so that it doesn't interfere with their momming, because kids are the number one priority in my life. And I see them as the future and I want them to have good childhoods.
Fucking A.
Yeah, so that's the goal of my factory and that's the goal of my business, to make that happen for a lot of families in my area.
That's awesome, and we need more people like you to do things like that. Absolutely. Now, real quick, I pulled up another guest. The reason is that Jody, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, and yes, that does help. So if you're wanting to come up, you guys are welcome to request up. Positivity will just hang out with me, I guess, for a minute. We keep talking until we get more guests up here, I guess. So if you want on the panel, please join, especially MAGA. I would love to talk to you. I'm not going to yell at you unless you yell at me. Make me feel bad. Ex dirty old man Bob. That's somebody's TikTok name for the record. You're just buffering, so let me. Oh, there you go. It request back up, dirty old man Bob. Fuck is up with these names, Positivity? Dirty old man Bob.
Well, they choose them for themselves, and that's pretty alarming. Like it's either people getting really honest about who they are, or
that's
thinking that's
funny.
okay.
Bob, dirty. I don't. Because you remember what about Bob? You remember that movie? Anyway, it's DJ. Welcome in. How are you?
Hi, I'm happy to see you this morning.
It's good to be here. Feeling much better.
I bet.
I'm I'm on a mission here. We got to get our country back.
You better be, damn it. We need you on this mission. God dang it.
Man, somebody's got to do it. I kept getting messages from people I didn't even know. Like I didn't even know were watching the show, and they were like, "Are you okay?" Like they didn't I think know all of what was going on, so they were just checking up on me. So yeah, that helps.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're definitely you are a major part in this resistance that we need. Like you are very much needed, very much so.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. No, I mean it feels good. I'm actually glad that Pablo guy had come up. I really appreciated that engagement because he seemed a lot less or a lot more. I feel like the seed will grow.
Yeah, I just got on. I'm literally just waking up. So.
Well, I'm glad you're here. You made it up on the panel after the goal was met, as we do now. And to everybody that sent some money, I appreciate that. John, if you're still out there, you're welcome to come up. What's up, man? Welcome in.
Hey, no, I'm doing okay. I'm glad you're back. So, thank you for that. I'm actually looking for a hat just like yours, so I can start
on my TikTok shop. And I think I'll get like $2 out of it. I think it's like $7 for this very hat.
All right, then you know what? I'm gonna
should be there. I mean it should be there. I put it on there because it's in like my showcase. I think is what they call it. I don't know.
Okay.
My wife tells me about these things, and I'm like, okay, I do it, and then I forget that I've done it. I'm not good in that way.
Next time you disappear on us, I'm going to start the conservative loudmouth with that hat, and I want to, expose my chest. It's not hairy, but we'll see.
If you like it. Oh my God, I felt so stupid after I recorded that, but I thought it was funny. So
I thought I'm like, okay, who advised them? So,
yeah, I ran that through my PR guy.
Okay. Who's your PR guy?
Yeah, we can't talk about that. He's from Israel. I had to go with the best.
Oh, I gotta go.
Oh no. That's funny. Now, welcome in. Who is this?
I think there's a kid on the panel down in the corner here.
I thought that was DJ doing that. I'm like, okay, what are you? I'm cringing.
I can leave it for senses.
I'm cringing.
I thought it was John doing it.
My voice is much deeper.
That's pretty funny.
I can't get to that pitch.
Oh my God. John, welcome in. It was you. It was you. You sounded just like him. Yeah, John, welcome in. Go ahead, man.
Oh, cheers, mate. Well, I've got to say, I think you need to redo your graphic because I think that you need 3 heads because you've got 2 opponents. You've got MAGA and you've got establishment Democrats.
Right.
And so you've got 2 groups of opponents because that's the problem. These people taking money from billionaires, corporations, and lobbyists, they might as well be Republicans or MAGA
Right.
because they're useless, they're strategically impotent, and they're Benedict Arnolds. They're selling everyone out.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, but they're obvious too, John, because when we have a bill that we know the majority of the American public wants and they vote against it, they become like red flags, and we see them. So
You got to mandami their ass is what's got to happen.
Yes.
yeah, that's
Yes.
exactly what we have to do.
Now his campaign is, I
Can you
believe,
turn that
is-
into a verb, please? Yes, Mom Dami them. Mom Donnie them, yes.
yeah, no,
Right,
and
that's
I
what you gotta
believe,
do, mandami
I believe
them.
the DNC is already trying to infect his shit.
We have some alarming new verbs coming up, like Mondami and Luigi.
And Trump card.
Like-
now the Trump card, he's going to try and take credit for, getting snapback. Did you guys see that on his fucking Truth Social this morning?
Yeah.
This guy's such an idiot. For those that didn't see, let me pull it up here. He says, "It is now time for the Republicans to play their Trump card and go for what is called the nuclear option. Get rid of the filibuster. Get rid of it now." Guys, he's been able to do this the whole time.
We're fucking
Right.
They've been able to do
That's
this the whole fucking time, and
Okay.
I would put money down that this man was telling them in private, "Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it." And then out of
Yeah.
nowhere, he posts this so he can get credit and make John Thune look like an idiot and a fucking loyalist. Because if he does go along with it, and he probably was already thinking about it anyway, now Trump is going to take credit for it instead of him.
Well, he knows that, mate. He knows they're bleeding out badly on this, right? The whole shutdown is really bleeding out on MAGA and the Republicans. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
And
Well, I
as much as
heard-
they've
I heard that last night they voted to remove the tariffs.
Yes. And also,
That's right.
this was another thing, and this actually was one of the reasons that Trump taken over the world, because one of the exchanges he wanted was them to take all of our digital services with no tariffs. So freely take our Ellisons and our Teals and our Palantir and our, all that kind of shit. So he's trying to get that embedded into those other countries. And some of the countries are like,
Can I ask a question?
is this ADY? Is that
Yeah,
AD
that's right,
yeah.
mate.
ADY, go ahead. Let me get your timer going. Go for it. And welcome in.
Okay, I just wanted to, hi guys, I'm from England, West Yorkshire. You might be able to tell from accent. Just wanted a quick question. Are you guys here states? Are you United States here?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
all but John.
Right. Okay, that's cool.
I'm an
Love
Aussie,
yous,
mate.
You know.
You cunt.
Yeah. Well, we love you. We love you Aussies as well, mate. Direct. No problem. We love the Yanks. Love them. Right. So my question
Good on you,
is,
mate.
obviously, I'm really, really deep on Trump. I really, really understand a little bit of what he's doing. But what I don't understand is the UN, obviously, are all for windmills and solar panels and etc., etc. And I realise Trump has said he can't stand them. My point, the UN agenda 2030, is he for that or is he against it?
Are you talking about
He's
Trump?
against it. He's against it.
Okay, so you mean like windmills and green energy and such? Is that what you're referring to, ADY?
Yes, that's correct.
So-
is he for
He's
the
against.
UN agenda 2030? That's my real
Specific
question,
to that.
because
I don't know enough about the 2030 to say one way or the other, but if it's in favor of climate change, he'll be against that part because he already got Bill Gates to turn. Yeah, Bill Gates, I don't know if you guys have seen this. Bill Gates put out this article here. And it is basically like, climate change is a problem, but it's not going to be that big of an issue. It's going to fuck up poor people, but we have more important things to deal with.
If there is milk.
Well, we do have to deal with our existence. I mean,
Right. But Bill Gates, Bill Gates is like, we've, through our efforts, we've fixed it. It's not going to be a
Yeah.
problem right now, is what
Isn't
Bill
Bill
Gates
Gates
is
also,
saying.
isn't he also a Zio?
I imagine so. I don't know for sure, but I believe so.
Bill Gates is an Epstein man, honestly.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
And so Trump has control over him because of that.
Yeah. But yeah, and I'm going to put this in the comment section here so you guys can actually go read that shit for yourself. I read it and I was like, "Oh my god, this guy has gotten to everybody."
Yeah.
So if there's a specific part of 2030
the other
that
question,
sure.
my other question was, as Trump, because this is why I stopped on your channel here when I was scrolling through TikTok. It said Trump taking the world. And is he now the exchequer of the Federal Reserve? Has he ousted that Powell yet?
No,
No.
I mean, technically he can't. But
And Powell ain't leaving.
right. I don't think, I believe Trump was the one that appointed his ass anyway.
Because the reason why I'm saying that is because the Federal Reserve is obviously owned by, they say it's owned by no one. But we know on this side of the pond that, the Rothschilds own that bank, i.e. the Bank of England. And Trump has actually made a visit to England, which caused uproar, because he's the only president ever to visit 2 times to the palace. And when he did it, he walked in front of King Charles, which I've no qualms with, because he's not my king. But the bottom line is, he walked in front, which is absolutely a no-go. You don't do that. And not only did he do that, he actually did it with the guards. So he took the guard of salute.
Yeah, because he thinks he's the fucking king of everything, because he knows he's like, well, if you do something to me, I'll just bomb you. He knows it, and everybody else knows that.
He doesn't acknowledge.
I'll just hit you with some flashpoints.
He doesn't acknowledge other people's bodies. He doesn't acknowledge other people's minds. He doesn't acknowledge other people's anything. Like, it is, as far as Trump is concerned, the entire world is Donald Trump.
That's right.
Of course, without a doubt.
And real quick, ADY. Okay, I appreciate it. But I'm going to go around the panel left to right, and then you'll be after
mate.
John.
Sorry, pal.
No, you're good. You're good. Because if I don't do it, I'll get sidetracked, and then I won't know who's next.
Fair enough.
Yeah, matter of fact, I'm going to increase the time just a little bit. Potivity, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I just, Donald Trump thinks that whatever he believes is correct. He thinks that he is the most important person in the whole wide world. He doesn't have any idea about other people's bodies. That's why he grapes people without regard and thinks that they enjoy it. He thinks that all his ideas are good ideas, and that there's a lot of people telling him that that's what he should do. He doesn't have any morals. Any regular virtues. He's got nothing. He's broke when it comes to that. And he is doing what he wants to do to make himself the richest man in the world and the most powerful man in the world, and he's going for broke on even making Hitler look small.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I agree.
Yeah, because he knows he doesn't have long on this world through health issues, and because the guy's not that healthy. He's not 6'4", 240.
I don't think he even acknowledges that. I think he's having trouble dealing with that idea.
I bring this up because his family name is very, very important to him. He's trying to leave legacy, while simultaneously helping everybody around him that helps him to secure that. That's why he's going to call it the Trump Ballroom. We already know he's going to do that. He's like, well, I'll probably call it the Presidential Ballroom. No, you jackass. We know what you're going to call it. DJ, go ahead.
Yeah. Speaking of the ballroom, I think they should tear it down once it's built, because you can't trust anything he fucking builds. But anyways, I saw a post the
Absolutely.
other day. Yeah, I saw a post the other day um, about the ballroom not being really the ballroom. Um, she's an influencer. Her name is Drew. Do you guys know who she is? She's redhead. It was she was saying how, and she points to all the links and how it flows. Ellison, is that his name? Has
Yep.
a
David and
data
Larry. Yep.
bank. Yeah, it has a data bank under Israel's something, and she's saying that's what they're probably trying to build under there, because the cost being over 300 million. Somebody showed the points how it would be like $90,000 or 90,000 square foot place. It would be $1,000 per square foot to be that, and plus there's something underground under there. There's a underground thing. I don't know. It's a whole thing that
The old pool?
she points to.
Is that-
I
is
don't
that-
think it's a pool.
Is that where
It's a-
the old pool was, or was that on the other side? Does anybody remember? Because I know FDR had a pool, and then they called it the press pool. That was the press pool. It's the same building, but I'm not familiar with the grounds. But
Yeah, I don't buy the ballroom thing either, or the arch thing. I think that the ballroom is likely to house a data center where they're going to do what they said they're going to do and collect data and movement and everything on every United States citizen, and
because
and
isn't it
they're going to know everything about everybody.
I think they're saying it's three private donors or something, or a bunch of private donors, and the list of donors are like tech people and all this.
So the claim
so
is
they
that
stand to get billion-dollar government contracts for years on end after building it.
Right.
So the claim, DJ, if I understood you, was that basically there's going to be some kind of bunker or something that's storing some valuable information under the
whatever
it wouldn't put it past me.
Right, the IDF or Israel.
Right.
Yeah,
They'll probably do it, and so that they can later come back and be like, they built tunnels. Because that's what they did under the fucking hospitals in Gaza. Israel built those fucking bunkers under the hospital for their own military. And they're like, we knew they were there. We knew they were there because we built them. And there's like, what?
Dumbasses. I know.
Right. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, gosh. There's just so much to talk about. I'm going to be a little controversial here. I'm going to take on Antichrist, Mark of the Beast. So everyone knows I'm conservative. Everyone knows I identify as a Christian. I've always I think the mark on the beast could be this artificial, data-driven age that we're headed to. I think it's a system, and a system that is kind of fueled by AI and crypto. So, for example, Revelation talks about 13:16 that the mark is placed on the right hand or forehead, and there's a lot of symbolism, right? So, the right hand represents, at least to me, right, because it's open interpretation, actions and deeds, like what we do, what we think is right, and then the forehead represents what's in our mind, what we think and what we value. So, I think. If we look at through my lens, we're going from creator to created, and I think man has always wanted to put themselves in a position of God. And I guess in closing, since my time is up, I think the Antichrist and the mark of the beast is when we create a system where we worship what we create as man. So whether it's money, whether it's data-driven systems, so it's basically taking the hierarchy and reversing it.
But
your religion really has no place in civil discussion.
Well, it's okay. So in his defense, Potivity, and it is a little bit hyperbole. I put Antichrist underneath the thing, so that's what he's responding to.
Okay.
Yeah. But to that point, I mean, the mark on the forehead. I don't know. Take that for
Oh
what it
hell
is.
yeah! Oh
And
my
then you say on the right
Ah,
wrist or the hand. He sells watches too.
Oh shit!
No, I see where I now see where you were going with this.
Well, they've
Oh.
been talking about inserting those chips like they have on our dogs, you know, in our wrist, in order to not be able to falsify your identity at all.
Right.
And scanning, you know how you touch your Apple Watch to pay for things, like just
Uh-huh.
doing that and attaching everything to
You
a
can touch
bean
your
like
Apple
that
Watch?
inside
Well,
us.
hey, is Tim Apple's going to come up with a great
Goddamn.
product? Tim Apple is the greatest inventor of all time. Tim Apple. You guys
Yeah,
remember that
and
shit,
when
Tim
they
Apple?
when they start talking about that though, they started with beasts, and so the little bean in your skin may be the mark of the beast, but
That's right.
but the fact is that the Bible is the biggest reading comprehension challenge in the world. Everybody has a different interpretation of every single verse in that book.
Yes.
Everybody has a different idea about what it means. It's more like poetry than instruction. And the people who believe in the Bible and are Christian just need to study it for themselves, for their own souls, and stop trying to apply it onto society. We can use
Yes.
regular morals.
And
We
Fuck
can
yeah.
use
when you read
valuing
it,
people above money. We can use loving your neighbor. We can use the Universal Declaration of Human Rights to create our society. And we do not need to use the Bible.
and when you're reading it, make sure that you have this playing in the background.
Fuck yeah!
It will feel
Yeah.
more appropriate, and I think you may
Yeah.
retain the information better.
Or
Anyway.
maybe catch on to what they're saying.
Like,
better.
oh,
Yeah.
that makes
that's
sense.
what that meant. Yeah.
So they did actually unalive the babies. I get it now.
Yeah.
Anyway, John, go ahead.
On the ballroom, I've got to say that no, look, I think it's purely symbolism in the sense that the East Wing was always known as the People's Wing, and so demolishing the People's Wing while trying to go back to an originalist position in the Constitution, that is a Constitution without a Bill of Rights, except for for 2A, which obviously allows them to be violent, is the whole point. And building the ballroom is to say that no longer do the people have a say in our executive government, the billionaires do, right? That's it. And so that's what it's all about. That's why, people aren't paying for it, the billionaires are. Well, that's the whole point of it, because it's a declaration that no longer do the people have a say in the executive government of the United States, only the billionaires do. And it's an outward declaration of that. Just the same way as Steve Bannon's appearance on with the Economist magazine reporter saying that Trump will get a third term, because they simply don't recognise the Bill of Rights. And so they're taking an originalist position on the Constitution. And that's what this is all about.
And how dare them fucking tear our fucking house down without asking us?
I know.
Fuck
I
those
know.
motherfuckers. Like, are you kidding me? How are people
It's-
not more pissed off screaming about that shit? Like, that's fucking
Right.
ours. That's
Yeah, no,
fucking-
and like Pablo earlier, he was like, he has every right to do that, and blah blah blah, and I'm like, the president should not have unilateral authority to just demolish buildings like that. It just,
Hell no. All the
I don't care
history.
if he's over like because he is over the agency that covers that, but that doesn't mean he gets to just fucking bulldoze shit down. And the fact that he did it so quickly. Right after he announced it means he knows he wasn't supposed to. So I mean, high crimes and misdemeanors all day fucking long. Let me do a quick PSA, guys. We are 38K likes. Let's get to 50K. We can get there. We've got 84 people in here, which I figured today's numbers would be lower. So share it out if you want to. Share the live to people. We have 25 Octobers left. I is in the top with 4,800. In second place for gifting is Carrie. Third is DJ. Fourth is Lolo. Fifth is D. Evans. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. And to everybody else that's gifted, really, seriously, I really appreciate that. I'm going to go ahead and get this started over, but actually, let me get to Two Puffs. I don't know how long you were waiting, but I hadn't looked for a minute. So, Two Puffs, go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, I wanted to touch on that one dude that was talking about UN Agenda 2030. Trump is absolutely not for that. Basically, it's like 17 sustainable goals, about climate change and no poverty, zero hunger. Yeah, he's not going to be for that. None of our politicians are going to be for that because they don't care if we starve and die.
Yeah,
That's right.
I mean, we're literally watching in real time as they are using American citizens as pawns for this government shutdown. And, SNAP is going away tomorrow. So it's just kind of ridiculous. Now, for the ballroom, I believe that it is a symbolism of what Trump is doing to our country. Just tearing it
Right.
down.
Tearing it down.
Oh,
yeah,
100%.
yeah, absolutely right.
Quickly.
Yep.
Quickly, too.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was
Overnight.
like, where are you going with this? Oh, I
No,
get
it's
it
like
now.
it's like a visual representation of the shit that he's doing
Yeah,
right now.
no, and there's
Yeah.
just rubble
Right.
left.
Yep.
Fucking smoke billowing up. Yeah, I mean, that's it. Thanks, Trump. I'm so glad that the establishment has been taken down. There's no swamps here. There's no swamps here, guys.
But it's
Like-
the radical left. The stupidest part of the whole thing is that climate change is actually melting a big ridge of ice above the eastern seaboard, and the east is going to be flooded, including Washington, D.C., including the Capitol. Like, the Capitol building is going to be underwater soon, and like in less than 20 years. And he's building this great big thing. I believe there's going to be a data center in the basement that houses all of our data, and it'll be flooded. Like, it'll be flooded. They won't be able to stop it. It'll be underwater, and the entire expenditure of money that could have been spent on green energy or school lunches or upping our education system to the top in the world or doing all kinds of great things for our society is going to be underwater and useless because of the thing that he denies is even true.
Yup. We should all agree that whoever the fuck gets in there after him that isn't part of this agenda, they need to rip every fucking thing out that he ever did, because that's what he tried to do to Obama and to
Yes.
Biden. We need to just gut every motherfucking thing, leave no trace of his fucking existence.
And no matter how much it fucking costs. just
The
say,
only
"I
thing
don't
that
give a
should
fuck."
remain
Yes.
is, and I'm going to pull this up here real quick.
Because
let
he's
me-
not trustworthy. Like, he who knows if it's right? Like, got spy shit in it. Like, who knows? Like, fuck him.
Let
Plus,
me
it'll crumble.
real quick. The only thing that we should keep as a memoir to Trump is this right here. Bam. That should be that should be put in the fucking in front of the the mirror pool. What do they call that? The fucking that big ass long pool.
That should be in front
the
of the
reflecting
Trump
pool or whatever.
library.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just it make replicas too, and you just every American when they register to vote, they get a little fucking
They get a-
Trump Epstein little fucking doll thing. This should be like mandatory. Fuck this guy and his.
You should have to walk underneath that to get into the Trump
Yes,
presidential
be
library.
like, I've got a golden ticket. I mean,
Instead of the Wonka thing. Yeah.
I got my Trumpstein statue. Did you get your Trumpstein statue? Everybody get a fucking Cracker Jack box. Anyway, DJ, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So going along with that, I also saw this thing about the Neuralink. Did you hear about that? And
No,
how
is an
they-
update on it. I haven't heard.
Yes.
Let's see.
They might be using them on immigrants with, of course, secretly hidden.
Oh my God.
Yeah. a girl again that the influencer Drew. She it was like a 10-minute post, but it's so interesting. She shows all the lines and everything, and even things that she couldn't that weren't out there somewhere that somebody else found. She went deep into a deeper dive and found the connections, like they're doing it in Oahu, Honolulu. They're doing it in Arizona and in Florida. I guess they said something. He said something about he wants to have 1,000 chips implanted by 2028, and I guess there's like 8, and they did 8 in 5 years. So to do that, right, to get there, they'd have to have a mass of volunteers, which who knows if that's the case, right?
Right.
But I can send you that post later.
Well, yes,
to-
please do post it
yes.
in Discord if you're in
Yeah.
there. But
I
also
am.
one of the places he'll be able to get those people is right here in Utah. You know, because they're building
Ooh.
great things in Utah, including this concentration camp that looks real pretty. And you take all the homeless people and you shove them in here by force without choice. And you say, we're going to get you better because you're addicts and you've got to, be taken care of. That's what they're starting to do. And so Elon Musk will probably roll his little robots in there and snatch these people up. Because I don't think they're,
all hidden, yeah.
I don't put anything past this fucking guy. He's willing to just unalive people, probably fishing in the ocean in a boat, and call them drug dealers without evidence. So, no telling what this guy's willing to do. But thank you for bringing that up, DJ. I appreciate it. John, go ahead.
Well, he's willing to snatch American citizens off the street without any due process, without any remedy, often without any representation or even communication with the outside world. I mean, it's happening. Thousands of people. It's happening daily now, and it started off with, we're just going to do the cartels and the rest. Then it's everyone who's an immigrant, and now it's American citizens. And so, I just come back to the fact that, when Steve Bannon said quite clearly that Trump's going to get a third term, well, there's only a couple of ways that happens. They rig the election because they are doing what they're doing in California. They're going to do what they're about to do in California, which is send ICE to stand at polling booths and try to stop, minorities voting out of fear they'll be arrested. And so, you've got that going on. And at the same time, this position that he'll get a third term only occurs if you make an argument that the Bill of Rights wasn't legitimate because Patrick Henry forced it onto the Founding Fathers on the back of Shays' Rebellion. So they say, well, because Shays' Rebellion wasn't legitimate, neither is the Bill of Rights, so we're going back to just the pure Constitution. Now we get to
Do you think
decide
they'll
everything
actually
like
make
imperialists.
that argument like out in the open in public, like in a court?
Yes. I believe that's the argument.
I
Because
mean-
that's
I will.
That's the
Have you
legal
seen?
argument.
Have you seen that anywhere yet, or is that just your read on the situation?
No, that was. Do you remember that historian, Tom Stomer? I think I sent you a couple of videos of his. He's on TikTok, but he actually is the one that explained that, and he's a professor on the United States history of resistance. So he actually put out a video explaining that in technical detail, and explaining how it is that argument is made legitimately from a legal basis.
That's crazy to me because, even if that were true, they still passed it. It was still ratified.
That's true. No,
you
that's
know,
true.
I don't know
the-
how you. I don't know how you get we were under duress. I mean, is that going to be the
By
argument?
not- No, by stacking the courts and ignoring it, because of course, Marbury,
yeah,
right. So essentially, by sidelining it. You see, will they come out and outwardly say it? The very fact that he runs and they rigged the election is the declaration of it. They don't need to say it overtly.
Careful
They're
saying those words together, rigged and erection.
Gotcha.
TikTok
Apologies.
is
Right.
TikTok is
Gotcha.
real. They'll
Right.
get you fucked up
Sorry.
on that one. No, you're good. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that the declaration of that is him getting a third term, because it's obviously unconstitutional due to the 22nd Amendment. So the reality is that when that happens, that is the symbol of the fact that the Bill of Rights is no longer applicable.
Right.
At least all the amendments that they don't want beyond 2A. And so, and of course, freedom of speech only applies for them because they're going to censor everyone else through social media monitoring. People are already being arrested for posting memes and saying things against
Right.
this regime. We need to call it a regime. Okay, it's not a government; it's a regime.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, thank you, John.
Agree.
No, I appreciate that. Let me get to Skeeter. Skeeter, pumpkin eater. What's up, man? Go ahead.
Had a wife and couldn't keep her. Okay, so I kind of want to touch on something John said, and then if there was something else, and now I can't remember. Neurospicy. That's it. So John, what you were saying with him basically wanting a third term and it's gonna happen and stuff, like he won't even have to try to redo the Constitution if he can get it to where the United States of America is not called the United States of America anymore. Like he's already renamed the Gulf of Mexico and people are going along with it. So if enough people go along with it not being the United States, then the Constitution doesn't apply.
Interesting. But that's like, change the name
It
and just
would be
like
really hard.
that means if I changed my name legally, then all contracts that the other one has signed, well, they're now null and void. I wish it worked that way.
Well, yeah, in the right minds it doesn't, but in the dementia minds it does.
Yeah, and you know what? I'll throw this conspiracy out real quick. I've said it before. I think he could very easily get his third run in by just putting his name on the ballot.
Right.
Because states cannot remove his name from the ballot. The Supreme Court already ruled that in this last election. And so if he just puts his name on there and then, whether legitimate or not, he wins, then Congress is the only, thing that's going to be blocking him. Imagine if January 6th on steroids, if he wins and Congress says, no, you're not eligible. They would freak the fuck out.
You think his sack of lungs are still going to be inflating by then?
But now I know a lot of MAGA who are like, if he runs again in any whatever way he's going, that they're not going to vote for him. So we'll see, we'll see. But most of the people I've talked to, they're like, no, that'd be too much. Even Mark Levin called his ass out. And he was like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? You making us look crazy. It's like, no, y'all make yourselves look crazy. But anyway, Two Puffs, go ahead. And thank you, Skeeter.
Yeah, so I wanted to propose a question to the panel. So that we have this contingency in place for food stamps, right? How many of y'all think that money is no longer there?
Definitely.
I don't know.
Because I think that they use it for
I got him. Here, I'm going to add your time back. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, no, you're good. I think that they ended up giving it to ICE. I don't think that money is still there. I think they appropriated it somewhere else. And that's why this is the first time that we're seeing the shutdown affect the SNAP benefits.
I mean, that's interesting. There'd be no way to prove it because they're not going to, this opaque presidency that we see. I don't know. I don't know. So I guess we'll see because their contingency fund, their emergency fund is not enough to cover all of the outlays for the month, for even just 1 month. Because one month is like $9 billion, in that emergency fund is like $6 billion. So, I mean, they already gave more money to ICE than most countries spend on their entire military.
Yeah,
so
much? Over 100 and something billion or something.
Yeah, I don't know that it would be necessary for them to take money from somewhere else. But again, this guy's a fucking crook. So who knows? It's probably in a bank account he's got somewhere in the Cayman Islands. Yeah, we're going to
Right.
build a ballroom on every continent. It's going to be the greatest ballroom. We'll swim in the balls because we like balls. I don't know. Anyway, guys, we're at 40K, 10K to get to 50K. Shouldn't take too long. We got 69 people in here. I didn't do that. Y'all did.
That's the number to tap.
That's the number to tap. Tap. I didn't say that either. Anyway, I'm looking for 100 Octobers. We're at 76. So if you want to support the show, send some Octobers if you can. If you can't, just keep tapping. If you hate me, smash on my face. Positivity, start us off again. Go ahead. Positivity, are you there? Positivity, going once.
Oh yeah, I'm
Oh,
here.
there we go.
What was the question?
Oh, it was well. She was asking what your thoughts were on whether or not Trump administration actually stole the contingency fund for food stamps. Was the question?
Oh,
You don't have to
easily.
answer it, but I mean, it's,
Easily, yes. We have given 1 trillion, that's trillion with a T, to Israel since he took office. So he's grabbing money from wherever the pool is. And Republicans do not believe in feeding starving people.
right. They believe in pissing on starving people though and kicking them. Oh, you suck.
Well, they believe, like Scrooge, that they should die soon and let the world be rid of them,
Right. The dregs of society. You're all
Yep.
making us look bad.
Yep, that's
Essentially.
what they believe, and that's all they'll fund. I think their plan to deal with climate change is to reduce the population by 3/4.
Oh,
Crazy.
I mean,
Now,
the way they're acting, yeah, like the whole with the health, the medical debt going on your credit now, and you can't claim bankruptcy for it. Like, what the fuck? Why? What's that for? Oh, go ahead. What's that?
I was just going to read this real quick. JP Morgan Chase alerted Trump admin to over $1 billion in suspicious transaction involving Epstein and prominent Wall Street figures. So let's see, just weeks after he died or unalived, they alerted Trump. Then this was in 2019. They alerted him to $1 billion in potential suspicious transactions. Released this week among hundreds of pages of previously sealed court records, flagged over 4,700 transactions amid concerns that could potentially be related to trafficking operations. I wonder if that was in that year or if this was just over a period of time because, like, he was already busted at that point. So, what are all these transactions for? Are they like people trying to cover their tracks, paying somebody off?
Yeah.
While he's in jail, it's like, hey, I sent you $450,000. You need to shut the fuck up.
Hey, repent, sinner. It has nothing to do with Jews. It's Zionists. Okay, so you can skip on with that shit because everybody's aware of it. No,
Netanyahu's not even Jewish.
right?
Excuse
The
me.
fuck?
Can I actually just respond to a little bit of that as well as mixing it with Trump?
Well, sure. DJ would be next. I'm going to go around the line. Now, repent.
cool.
I appreciate
Got it,
you
mate.
coming up. Give me just a minute and I'm going to get it to you. DJ, go ahead.
The ice thing about the money. Oh my God. Money, what was I gonna say? Oh, did you see his post? Was it last night or something, or early this morning about an open enrollment for for the for ICE, and you really don't even need any anything that has to do with police. Like you can apply. It's I don't know. It was a Truth Social post of his.
Let me see. I'm looking for, you said it was yesterday?
It was either yesterday or last night or this morning or.
Let's see. And it was related to, because I know that he's celebrating health care for this secret police that he's building.
No, it's a open enrollment basically for applications in serving
Oh.
the Trump force.
A
I
group
believe.
in your hold on, a guest in your live has violated our misinformation policy. Repeated
Oh, shit.
violations by your guest may lead to restrictions on your access to multi-guest live features. It is Poetivity. So I've got to remove you, Poetivity. I don't know what the fuck that's for, but
Yeah, they just I just got the flags. I
Yeah.
swear they hate me and
That's
they
such bullshit.
they
I
report everything I say, no matter how true it is.
I have no idea what you
It's
said,
crazy.
but I've got to drop you, or else
I
it'll
said
take the
not
fucking live down.
Netanyahu's not Jewish. That's what I said.
Oh,
Well,
wow.
yeah, I mean,
and that's
remove Poetivity. Okay, there we go. And forgive me, but
Right.
if I keep you up here too long, they'll fucking take the whole live down. So I think you'll be able to come back up. Maybe let's give it like 15, 20 minutes or something. You're welcome to come back up. Yeah, that's fucking wild. Anyway, I think DJ, you had just gone. Did you have like 30 seconds left or 20 seconds left, I think?
No,
You're good?
Mhm.
Okay. AD, you wanted to say something, and Repent already took off. Of course, the Zio suckers, they always run. Go ahead.
I just want to sort of like keep on the Trump line, you know, like where they've given him the you know, the king of Israel, and they give him the crown. Anybody in the audience know that?
Now say that again. What?
When Trump gave the embassy to Israel, what they also gave him was a crown. And they made him king of Israel, and they likened him to Cyrus the Great. And since then, when he's done that, you know, the Summit for Peace 2025 with 32 nations, 20 nations, something like that, Gerard Kushner was in the background doing the Abrahamic Accords. Does anybody
Yes.
register that?
I mean, I'm not sure. Make your point.
Well, the point is, no one's ever done that in history. No one's ever
Ever done
done
what?
anything as what I've just said. He's the king of Israel, and they've given him a crown, and they've also gave him a coin. Do you not know that?
Yes, we know this. Yes.
And the point with the Abrahamic Accords is basically a guy called Gerard Kushner, who's heavily linked regarding digital angel chip technology.
Okay.
And it's it's also the building that he spent billions on. Can you remember where that is?
350 billion in Israel.
No.
Well, in Qatar, I know you got shit going on in Qatar. Jared Kushner got on TV and wanted to rebuild Gaza and for beachfront property.
Exactly. Exactly.
So, yeah, so I'm not
that was
tie it all together, because you're like being real like enigmatic. Just just make your point.
I'm just saying peace and safety. It's like this is really what they're after regarding
who wants peace and safety? Israel?
Well, no, President Trump, he's the one pushing it, isn't he?
Oh, wait, he wants peace and safety for
what? Surely you must have seen what he's doing.
That's all Trump being the antichrist,
Hey, Johnny.
What's up, Johnny?
Hi,
Well,
Johnny.
give me a second, Johnny. I'll get to you. You'll be after Skeeter. Good to see you again. By the way, I'm trying to figure out. So you think that Trump wants peace and safety for Israel?
Your headline here is Trump taking the world, one world government, Antichrist, and mark of the beast.
Sure.
So what I asked you originally, is he against the 2030 agenda, which is all taking place in Europe as we speak, which is digital ID, and there's going to be uproar in the streets, massive riots like you've never seen, and they want that implemented by 2028.
Ah, that's so. What the fuck? That's the Neuralink thing. Remember I was saying? Oh my god. Okay, so I'll shut up. Go ahead.
No, so all this is all taking place, but what doesn't link Trump is what he says about the turbines and the the solar and the climate, the carbon tax and all
Yeah.
that lot. Because we know that they're going to go.
I don't know what point you're
It's
trying to
called
make,
net
so I'm going to
zero,
go to
bro.
John. I appreciate it. Like you're
It's
saying all
it's
these
called
things,
net
but
zero.
net zero.
Yeah, because
Okay,
I'm trying.
well, I'll look that up.
I'm trying to link what your headline is: Trump taking the world, one world government, Antichrist, mark of the beast.
Yes.
It's all entwined.
Okay.
But
It's all
if he
it all
doesn't,
is connected.
Okay. John.
Yeah, it's connected, yeah.
Well, thank you,
Like
AD.
but that's my other question. Did he take did Trump take the Federal Reserve?
All right. No, he didn't. John, go ahead.
I just want to say, because I'm not really sure where AD's going, but I've got to say, look, Trump is the General Washington of the oligarchs and the billionaires. He's not standing up for fucking you or me or any working class person. Any idea that you can say that, he's bringing peace somewhere or other, what he's doing is he's using the force of the oligarchy to say you're either with us or you're against us. If you're with us, then we'll let you into the club, the billionaire club, and we can all share all these gifts and all the rest of it. And if you're not,
that's the one.
We're going to lock you up because even if you're an American citizen, we're going to do that. We're going to bomb you out of existence if you're a Palestinian. We're going to use force the way we always used it, the way we enslaved our own slaves when we had them at the time we wrote the Constitution, and we're going to basically go back to a republic, which they've all said openly is not a democracy. Because the democracy came with the inclusion of the Bill of Rights and what are the Democratic founding fathers, Patrick Henry and others, who were fighting for that. So, the idea that I hear from people, Trump standing up to the UN or climate change or any of this shit, and I go, well, hang on, what about Project 2025 for fuck's sake? That's what he's about.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what.
Yeah, exactly. I get it.
Yeah.
That's all about getting rid of democracy and any working class franchise to having any agency at all in your society. You're under a king at that point. It's imperial.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's what I'm on about regarding the kingship of Israel. And he's also just come and more or less took over King Charles. Okay. This is my whole point. Because if he's done that, he's gonna take the Federal Reserve next, because that's where all the money is.
We were misunderstanding your point.
International Bankers and Settlements, which is in Switzerland. That Carney has already just been in the Bank of England.
Can you let everybody else have a chance, bro?
Yeah. No,
Trump is just a fool.
I appreciate it, but no, I think maybe we take your point now. Skeeter, go ahead.
Going back to what Tupuff was talking about with the 5 mil and it going to ICE, I can definitely see that. But what I'm not understanding is why the Comptroller General is not making sure that the money that was already appropriated before the shutdown gets to where it's supposed to go. Like, that's their job, from what I understand.
And that's relation to SNAP.
Didn't he fire all?
Well, that's in relation to anything, like anything financial. Like the comptroller is the one that during times where the government is shut down and Congress doesn't have.
Real quick, let me pause this. Your live is not eligible for recommendation and restricted in search results because ADYGHX3 does not comply with our community guidelines. This restriction will be removed once they are disconnected. Goodbye. Okay. I don't know what the fuck that's about. So
dang, they're quick this morning.
Well, guys, this is I'm you're gonna call me crazy, but these Zionists have filled up my comment section. They fucking especially the DNC rat Zionists. They fucking really hate my ass, and they've been coming after me hard. I mean, look at that. We just had 2 people get dropped off for fucking basically nothing. And I'll fucking say it again. Israel is fucking this shit up. I'll say it for you, AD. This is, I mean, we're under assault here and we know who it is, but you can't even talk about it because they're so fucking sensitive. We had a motherfucker up here, an IDF piece of garbage up here saying, well, no. He was up here with the IDF guy, but he was like, we're the most impressive people, and then list off a bunch of white guys. who happen to be
Yes.
Jewish.
Zach. Oh my God. I found a post,
Yeah.
a meme. And I was like, oh my God, that's Zach. That's totally Zach talking to, oh my God. I'll have to send it to you to show you, but it's funny. Not really, but.
Yeah. Okay. Skeeter, I'm sorry. Let me start your time back up. You got 30 seconds left. Let me add like 5 seconds to it. Go ahead to finish your
You're
point.
fine. It's cool. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't know a whole lot about the comptroller, but from what I've read and stuff, like money that's already been appropriated that isn't going where it's supposed to go. So like the 5 mil for SNAP right now, that's already been appropriated. That's there, but it's not being distributed where it needs to go. And like that's why I want to know why he ain't doing his job, basically.
Well, he wants to scare the fuck out of people and make them real anxious, because anxious people don't make good choices. And you know, and then he can come in and say, "I played the trump card and I saved you. I fed you, little shitweed." Johnny, welcome in, man. Good to see you. Go ahead. Johnny,
Good morning,
here's
everybody.
Johnny.
So I'm gonna try to. Hey, buddy. So I'm gonna try to touch on 5 things if I can manage to remember and keep my train of thought. I feel your pain, DJ. So first of all, I want to say, you know, the main reason I started listening to this live was because of Chip Barnes. I mean, I have a lot of respect for that man. He's been a staunch supporter of the Palestinians for a very long time, and you know, goes into the truth of history. So there's some things on the right that, you know, are bothering me the past few days. This morning I heard that Tulsi Gabbard and, believe it or not, Joe Kent are looking into the idea of foreign countries being involved in the Charlie Kirk situation, and Kash Patel apparently is trying to squash that. Second of all is apparently Zelensky owns a private company that just bought the largest ranch in Wyoming for $917 million, making him the 10th largest landowner in the United States.
Shut the fuck up. No way.
And then
In what state?
I'm not kidding. That's the rumor on the street.
What state?
In Wyoming.
Okay.
It's like
I'm gonna look
Wyoming.
this up.
Yep. And then and then DJ, to your point, I heard a while back that you know, there is a Neuralink center close to Alligator Alcatraz.
Yes.
And
Yep.
you know, those 1,200 people that went missing. I mean, you never know what's going on in this world. It's scary. AI has gotten out of control. And yeah, so I'll digress there.
I agree.
also have-
Let me go over this real quick, because you know, a claim was made. It says no, Zelensky isn't buying 916,000 acre Pathfinder ranches, but someone is. In this is, you know, this is propaganda that they'll shove at you, and you know, that's why it's so fucking important to look at like 12 different sources. Let's see. Did not buy a ranch larger than Rhode Island. False rumors started Monday in a sketchy post by It's the Doctor on X. The post, which has since been removed, claimed that a company called the Vegra Limited, which has been linked to Zelensky in the past, bought the Pathfinder ranches for $79 million, adding that the ranch is so massive it bumped Zelensky into the top 10 U.S. landowners. It is true that Pathfinder Ranches is a massive ranch. It's larger than the state of Rhode Island. It's also true that a sale is pending. But according to the selling agent, Swanland Co., the buyer is American. Not only that, but the buyer is an American cattle rancher. Swanland Company, the brokerage who listed Wyoming's Pathfinder ranches for sale in August 2025, refutes online claims that Zelensky has purchased the property. So now, I don't know if it's going to say what the name of that rancher is. So I think what will be important is once that sale goes through, then we look into see who that guy is associated with, because it's not just your everyday Joe that buys 916,000 fucking acres of anything.
Tiffany in the chat is saying.
let-
Go ahead. Tiffany in the chat is saying that it was the anonymous who eventually came out, Thomas or something, I can't remember, billionaire that offered to pay the military.
Oh, Timothy
the
Mellon.
baby, The
Right.
baby billionaire. Yeah.
Timothy Mellon.
Right. So
Yeah.
so let's get this right. A billionaire's buying the ranch and blaming Zelensky for it. I mean, what the? I mean, this is just more
Right.
of the fucking right wing
Yeah,
bullshit.
Zelensky is. I mean, that guy. He's got enough fucking shit on his plate.
Right.
Guys, I just learned that the retired intelligence officers from Israel get hired into the media in the United States.
Oh yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. And we see him all the time. And like the editor in chief of CBS is what the fuck was her name? She's a hardcore Zionist. They put her in charge, so they've taken over our media in this country. You can't believe a fucking thing that you see in our country anymore. This is why VPNs are important, because you can use Google in other countries using a proxy from another country. Because otherwise it's going to be full of bullshit. It's Zionist propaganda. Melinda, welcome in. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I have a question. When you get dropped from saying something, does the computer drop you, or do you drop the person, or what is going on?
Okay, so it depends. Sometimes I have had them drop. I've had like TikTok just blam and they're gone, and then I'll see a little gray bar that kind of comes down. But then other times it'll have this pop up that like right in the middle of my screen, and it'll say, a guest on your live is blah blah blah, and then it has a button that says remove, and when you click that button, it drops them. So both can happen, but in both of those instances, it gave me the button to drop.
Okay. So what is going on? I mean, we're being censored to say stuff?
Yes. No. This show in particular has been under assault for the last 6 months, I guess.
Uh-huh.
So and this is my first day back from fucking, since what, Monday, I guess was the last time I went.
I believe it's the whole anti-Semitism thing, which is bullshit. It's not even anti-Semitism, but
right.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't work as well anymore.
Didn't it?
What? Say that again?
Didn't they make that pass that law in the UK?
I don't know. Does anybody know about like an anti-Semitism law?
Yeah, the whole Esther Project thing.
Oh, well, that's here, but it's a hate crime either way. And if somebody's attacking somebody because they're Jewish, fucking throw those pieces of shit in. No, I'm saying throw those motherfuckers in jail. Like,
fuck yeah.
It's a hate crime either way. But we're not talking about a specific group of people. We're talking about people with a political ideology that says these people are better than everybody else. That is Zionism. It's a political ideology. It's not a fucking group of people. And they want to try and conflate the two because it allows them to try and control you, because you don't want to be labeled as this bad thing by the public, so you don't engage in that stuff. It's similar to what we see in other cases. Oh, if you say this, that makes you a bigot. It's a form of control. It's social control is what it is. But it's not working so well anymore. They're losing that battle. Anyway, Two Puffs, go ahead.
Yeah, unfortunately, people have this like narrative that just because you talk bad about somebody, that it automatically labels you as such. It's like when we talk about white tea supremacists, we're not saying all white tea people are bad. We're saying the white nationalists are. You know what I mean? So it literally makes no sense that they conflate I'm calling you a Zionist to this anti-Semitic thing. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. And like Piers Morgan, Cenk Uygur, this woman was up there, and every time somebody every time somebody would bring up Israel, why do you hate Jewish people? It's like nobody fucking said anything about Jewish people.
Fucking Zionism, goddammit.
It's crazy.
Hey,
and now, real quick, Well,
Drop
Two
real
Puffs
quick,
still
and
has
I'll be back
28
later.
seconds, but okay, DJ, thank you for being up here. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
We'll see ya. Now, Two Puffs, I paused your time, but let me give you back a little bit. Go ahead, finish your thought. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I mean it's just a it's them conflating so they can try and paint you as like a bad person for being like, hey, these group of people are bad. And so instead they're like, well, now you're just saying all of them. And it's a ridiculous kind of thing to take lives down and label people when in actuality it's I don't think it's wrong to say that Zionists or YT supremacists are bad people.
Yeah, when you come up on a panel and you're like, we are the most impressive people, and he was referring to Jewish people. Is that not supremacy? And then proceeds to list 5 white billionaires. I find that very interesting. Guys, we haven't even hit 50K. It was 40K last time I did a PSA. What the hell's going on? Keep tapping. If you can't gift, please tap. If you can gift and tap. How about that? We'd do that. I still am looking for 100 Octobers. We're at 79. You can still donate if you want to on $LibLoudMouth or at LibLoudMouth. That's Crash App and Venmo or Vimo, rather, respectively. Let's start this panel all over again. I don't have anybody at the top left, so
Where are the Octobers?
hate. Well, it should show up at the top. Do you not see it? Because you'll probably see like a star, and then you can swipe that little thing over. It'll rotate between the subscription and the October up at the top. Anyway, hate dumb people. I agree. Love the name. Go ahead. Welcome aboard. Oh, thank you. Thank you,
How
Hush
you doing,
Puppy.
boss?
Doing fine. Yeah, go
What
ahead.
would you like to hear?
Well,
What would you like to hear?
You had requested up. I don't know if there was something you heard that you wanted to address.
Oh, it just says MAGA request up, so I figured I'll give it a go.
Oh, in my opener, yeah, I wrote that months ago, so
Yeah.
I forgot it even said that. But no, I mean, you're welcome to come up. So, let me reset your timer, and I appreciate you being here.
No, you're good.
So, what is your take of what's going on right now? Like, just generally, what's your read on our situation currently?
On the live or
Just
in the US?
in U.S., yeah, or the world.
I'm pretty happy with what's going on in the US personally. I'm pretty proud of it, honestly. I know a lot of people are suffering for EBT or SNAP, but I think it's something that we needed to happen, like a hard reset, so people aren't dependent on it for their whole lives and then have a next generation dependent on it as well. So I'm kind of cool with that. Yeah.
You have 45 seconds left. Did you want to talk about something else that you liked?
I like that he knew the difference between a male and female. My gas prices are going lower. My V8 personally got better, so that's the biggest thing I was concerned about. I was pretty happy about that. Yeah, I really don't know what to say, honestly. I thought there was going to be a question or something, but
No, no, you're good. Is there anything that you look at and you're like, ugh?
Related to Trump?
Yeah.
I heard he cheated on his wife, so me personally, I'm just yeah, that's a little iffy, bro. If you cheat on your wife, what else can you cheat on? But I kind of don't care at the end of the day. It's he's not my man, he's not my wife.
So this guy will he'll send helicopters over apartment buildings and rappel immigration officers down onto this building, go arrest everybody in the building without a single warrant, and go through their shit, throw it in the fucking hallway, just rummage through their stuff, make a big mockery of everybody, put kids in handcuffs or zip ties or whatever, and throw them in the back of a U-Haul, and that doesn't make you go, ugh, but that he cheated on his wife, and you knew he cheated on his wife before you voted for him, that's the thing that makes you go, ugh?
Yeah, honestly, I don't care about illegal immigrants or kids.
None of them were illegal immigrants, though.
Yeah, at the end of the day, though, I generally just don't care about anybody else but myself because I have to take care of myself before anybody else.
All right. Are you trolling?
No, I'm just a vet that's tired of looking out for everybody else, so I decided to take care of myself and, doing a lot better now. And it's because I went to the people on Trump's side.
So you needed somebody else to take care of you, and they took care of you.
In a way, I guess you could say that.
Hey, well, hey, you know what? I hope you get SNAP benefits, though. I do.
No, I don't need that. I get $4,000 a month from the VA. It's pretty good. It helps me out pretty much. And then I got this apartment that they gave me.
Well, that's good.
I don't need the extra help. I just
Sucking
need
off
the-
of taxpayers is great. No, I appreciate that.
So you do
man.
get benefits.
Oh yeah, no, he
Yeah,
sucks off
I
the
get
government
$4,000 a
teeth.
month.
Yep.
Yeah, I did something that most Americans
Well,
don't
those
do, which is
benefits will
join.
probably
Yeah.
go
Yeah.
next.
Okay. So look, we'll just move along because I think the guy's trolling, but it's slightly entertaining. John, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that, you know, we talk about SNAP benefits, I mean, and people being reliant. The reality is that with inflation, the minimum wage at, you know, just under what, $7.80 or $7.90 is really worth about $4.50 now in real terms. And of course, since Reagan, there's been a transfer of wealth from the working class to the top 1% that's equal to $350,000 for every working class American over that period of time, right? So that's if you've got a partner in a household, that's $700,000 you're out of pocket. That's you, Mr. Vet. You're out of pocket $350,000, or maybe you've only been working for half that time. Maybe it's only $175,000 for you, right? But you're out of pocket that amount of money because the billionaires took it off you. And rather than go, hey, I want my money back from the billionaires, you'd rather fucking kick down on people who are the most vulnerable. I mean, what were you fighting for when you were a fucking vet? Because it obviously wasn't the Constitution or the Bill of Rights.
Just
Exactly.
for myself, honestly, I did something that most people had access to.
No, you didn't. You didn't do it for the right fucking reason.
I
All
know,
you
I
did was
did it
take
for myself.
you took the money for a
myself.
wage. That's all you did.
For myself, yes.
Which, yeah, I mean, Trump's violations of the Constitution while you took an oath to protect it, and you're celebrating it because you just wanted to help yourself is, I don't know. It's
Yeah.
it's a little.
It's a betrayal. A
Yeah.
betrayal of the very oath you took.
But again,
Well,
I don't think he's operating in good faith. This guy, I think you're trolling.
Obviously,
No, I'm
obviously.
not trolling. This
No,
is
I think
just
you
like-
are. I mean, I hate dumb people, and then you're like, I don't care about anybody else. I only care about myself. I mean, come on.
Well, I mean, I care about like my girlfriend. I care about her mother because that's why we got ICE involved. I care about my grandma. I care about some people, obviously, just not the rest of the world. You know.
God, you're
Okay.
shallow.
I
Yeah.
get that, but
Well,
at the
that's
end of the day, it saves me more time. I don't have to worry so much about other people, and I just worry about myself. You know?
So when it starts to affect you, then you'll change your mind.
Yeah, if it affects
Okay.
me, if he takes away my VA, then I'll, crash out with you guys.
All right. Well, I mean, look, it's already happening. But to you, if all you care about is yourself, you would sell everybody else out downstream to help yourself, and you'd fit right into their club because that's what they're doing, is just helping themselves.
I
But
guess.
yeah,
A
so
fair weather
I-
friend. A
yeah,
fair weather friend.
Right. I mean, you fit perfectly, like perfect.
I guess as long as I survive, I'm cool with that.
Yeah. Skeeter, at least you're honest. Skeeter, go ahead.
So hate dumb people. I'm glad that it's not affecting you and yours yet, but I do know a lot of people that it is affecting. And the fact that it's not affecting me yet, but I can still have, I don't know, what's that word that you guys think is a sin? Empathy.
Empathy.
Yeah, that's the word. I can have empathy and I can understand that people are hurting and that this is not right. And it doesn't have to affect me and mine for me to see that. I just hope you can open your eyes sooner than later. That way we can try to rebuild this country because we need a reset and not in the way that you're thinking, dude. Like
This is a
making people
reset, though.
starve is not a reset. That's a G-side.
It's a teaching lesson to not have kids if you can't take care of them. Take better baby daddies.
But
Get better
But yet
jobs.
you guys, but yet the AB's not on the table anymore. So if someone gets raped, they can't have an AB to not have a child that they can't take care of. And the foster care system and the adoption system is overran by kids that people don't want. But yet you guys
I get
say,
that.
oh, give them up for adoption. And
I
then
get
they're
that.
trying to take away birth control. And and health insurance is about to go up, so people aren't going to be able to get their birth control. So the only way women can take the power back is to say, yeah, we're just not going to put out anymore.
I love that. I love that idea. If they close their legs, that might actually help us out. If men don't think with their heads on their legs, that might help us out.
I hope your girlfriend closes her legs.
Here's the irony there is that you say that and you're like, well, you know what, you shouldn't open your legs, but then you will bitch when you don't get to own and control them and open their legs for them at your will. And then you will turn on them and you will hate them because they won't give you the time of day because you told them to not. And please, let me just, come on, just a tip. Fucking get out of here with that shit. Johnny, go ahead.
Yeah, so I missed the part of what you looked up about Zelensky's. I missed a little bit of that. So he was apparently involved previously with that company, and there's no actual proof of it now. Is that right?
Shit, I already, let me see. It did not buy a ranch, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, while you're looking that up, I mean, you know, what I've got to say about that also, you know, from a fiscal conservative and a constitutionalist, you know, I don't know where this is going to land on the political spectrum, but I don't see any one corporation or any one person should, you know, having the ability to own almost 1 million acres in our country. That's ridiculous, and it's one of the reasons that you know, people can't afford to have a freaking home, even if it's a little shack. So, I mean, I'm for, okay, if you have a corporation, you should be limited to the amount of acres you can own. If you have any foreign interests on your board of directors, you should not be able to own any property. You can lease it, you know, from the United States or from the people. And if you're a person, you know, there should be a cap. I mean, I
agree with you.
For future generations. Yeah.
I agree with you. No, completely. Foreign countries and foreign companies should not own land in our country. Absolutely not. But the Devegra Unlimited did not make the purchase. That was something that some rando fucking, you know, probably a bot posted on Twitter and a bunch of other bots posted on Twitter. It is not true.
Well, regardless, so I mean, I don't mind that kind of propaganda because that opens people's eyes. You know, it's not just Bill Gates owning 300,000 acres that's an issue. There's many corporate farms. There's countries, foreign interests that own more land in this country that it would make you sick if you realized it. Yeah, so that's just where I stand. You know, I don't know what, you know, a responsible limit would be. You know, say for an average farmer. I would say that anything over 20,000 acres is absolutely ridiculous, and you're moving towards the corporate farming side. And, you know, just to piggyback on that a little bit, you know, I feel like a lot of conservatives have been, you know, a lot of working men and women have been pushed to the conservative corner because the left has seemed to abandon, you know, the party of the working man, you know, to fight for fair wages and that kind of thing. I mean, it was refreshing to hear J.D. Vance actually say that he's anti-monopoly, and it was refreshing to hear that he was put in a corner at the last Turning Point event to, you know, answer for his ties to Palantir and answer for his, you know, undue allegiance to Israel. But yeah, I go on and on and on and on.
Yeah,
but,
well,
I mean,
J.D. Vance,
I feel like the left needs to actually, well, the left and the right, the center, somebody needs to get America. The backbone of America is the working class. So where's the fucking party that actually represents the working class? Because as far as
we
I
don't
can
have
tell,
one yet.
The left and the right have abandoned us.
Yeah, we don't have one yet, man. This is the representation for foreign ownership. I believe Canada holds the most. 1.21%, which is, you know, essentially most of the foreign land that's owned. Although I don't think that they should either. The company that you were talking about that Zelensky had ties to was not buying the land. That was it's been debunked. But I agree with you, generally speaking, with what you just said. It is ridiculous that we see people like Bill Gates, because what that ends up happening is you've got these billionaires that own all of your fucking farmland. And to that point, J.D. Vance invested in Acre Trader, which was to buy up these failed fucking farms. And then Trump comes in there and starts doing things that at least seem to be harmful to farms. And so when they start failing, then they can buy them up through Acre Trader, which is owned by J.D. Vance, who's now tied in with Peter Thiel. It just goes back to this: they own everything, you own nothing. Get back to work and shut the fuck up is essentially what we're doing here. And I don't think we have a party that cares about us right now. But we need to work on that. That's what I'm trying to do here. Melinda, go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, I feel the same way. I feel that we kind of our party needs to be a little bit stronger and take more of an initiative to I guess like protect us and to I don't know. I feel like there's not a strong party on the left right now. I feel like they're hopeless. I feel like they're just about as hopeless as we are. And I don't
Compromised.
know. Huh?
They're compromised.
Yes. And it's scary. I don't know who's gonna run in the next election for us, and who's gonna be that face for us to stand up for us. You know?
It'll have to be an outsider. It's going to have to be an outsider. These guys have been doing what they're doing for so long that they just know how to push people's buttons and get them emotional and shit. And now with AI and all the deployment of all these bots, they can push fake stories, just like the one with the Ukraine thing. And then it spreads like wildfire, and before you know it, everybody's talking about something that isn't even true. It's crazy. I don't know, aside from what John was talking about earlier, I'm not sure how you come back from that. It's going to be a lot more difficult to rebel against this than it was back in the day.
I'll
Yeah.
say something about that on my turn.
Sure. Two Puffs, go ahead. And thank you, Melinda.
So I wanted to touch real quick on the hate dude or whatever. You not only signed an oath to the Constitution, but you also are in a brother and sisterhood. So to be so selfish that you don't even care about the effects that your brothers and sisters are going through is actually disgusting. Your brothers and sisters are also on food stamps. Your brothers and sisters are also getting the VAS program removed. Your brothers and sisters are also going to end up having to debate between whether they get their disability check or they get their retirement check. So it's just disgusting that you don't even care about your brothers and sisters that you also swore an oath to. And I think you should be fucking ashamed of yourself.
But I'm not.
But I'm not. Well, here's somebody that also took that same oath. Let me play for just a little bit. I won't have to play him for long, but very well spoken guy. Let me pull this up here. I think I've got it muted, so turn this up. Give me just a second. And guys, I will be doing a PSA, so let me actually just go ahead and do that. We have 88 people in here. We just passed 51K. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. We're on track. Let's get to 75K. I still have my gifting goal there. Looking for 100 October. So if you want to support the channel, please do that. Thank you very much. And then we're going to start over with our panelists. But before we do that, let's just watch this clip real quick.
Out of everybody I despise the most, ICE at the top of the list right now. You guys are fucking traitors, man.
What would be your message to current soldiers, ICE agents, and National Guard that are being ordered to do illegal, non-constitutional things on a daily basis?
Don't participate. right? Weaponized incompetence. You walk out here, you look good, you be a prop for the government, help people with their luggage, but absolutely do not raise your weapon. As a citizen, don't participate in anything you know is illegal. Somebody with a fucking conscience got to still be here to hold the line. And I understand that it's terrible for you. It's terrible to see people, it's terrible to see democracy burn around you, but you really are a last line of defense. And for you kidnappers known as ICE agents, understand this. You will never be fucking forgiven for your crimes, ever. The soldiers, I can understand, they took an oath. They're duty bound to be there. They can't just quit. You could fucking reclass tomorrow and go work for FEMA or do something else. If you choose to put a mask on, if you choose to send people to concentration camps, if you choose to do that shit, you will be a mortal fucking enemy forever. I don't give a fuck if that felon anoints you in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. We're not gonna recognize that shit in these streets. Understand that shit.
There you go. That's what somebody who takes an oath to the Constitution sounds like. Just want to make that clear. Poetivity. Start us off. Go ahead.
All right. So a couple of things. The fiscal conservative. Nothing about the Republican Party is fiscally conservative. And the fact is that I'm disturbed, liberal, when I hear you say that the Democrats are not fighting for the working people. Joe Biden fought hard for the working people. His government that he ran fought hard for the working people. In fact, government revenue went up exponentially because as soon as he got into office and he started talking about needing to raise the minimum wage, some states went across and went ahead and did it before it was even made a law. And so the tax money that came in was substantially more under his government. And then he paid down the deficit. Trump has put us over $38 trillion in debt, and we have gotten nothing for it. We don't have our national parks anymore. We don't have our public lands. We don't have anything for that money. Fiscal conservative people should be Democrats. And Democrats are working for the working.
So I'm actually glad you brought that up because you're right. Joe Biden did do a lot of. He surprised me even because I didn't think he was a good choice. In 2020, but he was a lot more progressive than he had ever been throughout at any point in his life or his political career. And guess what the DNC did to that man?
Well, yeah. Well,
they made that motherfucker resign. They went out and shit all over his face. They didn't back him. Liberal, they threw him right up under the bus, and then they rolled back over that motherfucker and backed over him again.
I think, liberal, that you're failing to know.
Pelosi was at the heart of that.
You're failing to know what happened before the debate. Because when he came out of the debate, and I was all excited, I thought he was going to take down Trump like crazy. He comes out, the first question, he has this big, huge gap. And at that moment, my heart broke. And what I found out was that in the week before the debate, Netanyahu and Putin, both Trump allies and buddies who wanted Trump back in office, pretended like they were willing to offer peace deals to the Ukraine and to Palestine. And they did it on their daytime hours.
Okay, let's hurry up and make our point because I got to get around the panel.
Up all night, every night for the week before the debate.
And they did it on purpose.
An 80-some-year-old man.
They gave him rugs before that debate because if you notice, you go back and watch that debate and you'll see that I'm true. And you take the transcript. Here's what you do because Joe Biden mopped the fucking floor with that man in that debate.
He did.
If you actually listen to the words and not how he was stumbling and bumbling, because he always had a fucking stuttering problem, right? Yep. But if you listen to what he's saying, he actually mopped the floor with Donald Trump. So if you read this transcript and you're not hearing it, you'll see it's very clear. But they rugged this guy. And as you'll watch the debate, if you watch it again, as the debate gets on and those rugs start to wear off, he starts to become more and more aware. When he went later after that debate and he went and he gave a fucking flawless speech, no teleprompter or nothing, to a
Yeah.
big ass group of people. They
Yeah.
rugged this motherfucker because he wasn't doing what they wanted him to do. Like I said, they rolled right over the top of this bitch and they backed up over him and made him resign. This is the
Well,
DNC
he
that
had-
did this.
they made
This was
him keep his
Obama that
promise,
did this.
But they made him keep it too late. He had promised to only have one term.
This
and
is
then
true.
Not run again.
But he
And-
was president and he was doing a decent
Oh,
enough
he was
job.
doing amazing.
Yeah,
he
I
was
mean,
doing amazing.
He,
I mean,
you know,
his-
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
You read his
but but again,
speeches.
and look what they did to him. That's my point. Because you
Well,
you
I-
criticized my criticisms of the DNC, and then your point kind of made my point. Because anytime that somebody goes in there and does something that's helpful to us and kind of leaves the corporations out of it, because he was going to tax the fuck out of them. What did they do?
Yeah.
They ran that motherfucker right over. They fucked him.
Yeah, and
They fucked
I got to
him
make
hard.
a point on that. I
Yeah,
got to make
well,
a point on that.
let me get around the panel here, and I'll
Fair
get
enough,
to you, John. Yeah, thank you. Unplottable, welcome in. Go ahead.
Hey everybody, it's been a good conversation so far. Yeah, just weighing in on like what you guys are talking about right now. I do think it's really important that we differentiate between the two parties because one is clearly much worse than the other, especially when it comes to civil rights. I think if you compare them economically, like I just saw this clip by Noam Chomsky talking about this, but like economically they're really not that much different. But when it comes to civil rights, especially for minorities, especially for women, that's where you start seeing a really significant difference. And so it is, even as much as you leverage criticism rightfully against the Democratic establishment, holding that tension in mind is really important. But I'm just also at this space where it's like it doesn't matter anymore. You know, it's like we're sitting here and we're debating electoral politics, right? And they've already taken away all of the pawns on the board, right? I'm having a really hard time keeping my head above water financially, emotionally. I don't know how anybody else is doing it. I'll land it there.
No, I mean your last point is very poignant. I mean, a lot of people are fucked. You know, under Biden, doubled our income. Under Trump, cut it in half. So, yeah, it's really working. Hate dumb people. Go ahead, man. You had a. Let me let you ask your question if you wanted to ask a question first, and then I'll give you your time.
Thanks, boss. Well, if you guys seen the Pete Hegseth conversation with the generals, at one point he had said that for combat roles, it should go back to the highest male standard. Now, that doesn't mean that females can't join the military for combat roles. It just means when it comes to physical testing, the PT, they're going to have to be at the
Okay,
same standard. as
where's
male.
this coming from?
From Pete Hegseth?
No. You brought this topic up, but we aren't talking about that. What prompted you to want to ask this question out of nowhere?
I forgot what was said earlier a long time ago, but something triggered it for me, and I was like, oh yeah, this is a good question I wanted to ask them, and I kind of figured we could just ask or say anything when it's our time, as long as it's still...
I don't know. I think we're talking about a decent subject. I don't know that we want to derail the conversation. If you want to derail the conversation, type derail in the comments.
Well, that's why I asked in the comments if I can ask this question after, so that you guys
Well,
can
sure. No, I was going to let you ask a question, but it's totally like out of left field. Nobody was talking about that. No.
My
I
bad.
just,
Well, I
we
understand.
we can go down that rabbit hole, but I'm not sure. Did you have something else that you wanted to say that was related to what we were talking about?
Not really, to be honest. That's why I was going to let you guys finish that and then bring this up. That's why I kind of thought you guys were
Okay.
done.
Well, then I tell you what. I'm going to leave you on there for one, and if you don't engage the next time around, then we can drop you. Or if we get to that topic, then we'll bring you back in. Fair? All right, John, go ahead.
Yeah, look, I just wanted to make the point a bit. I mean, Biden was more progressive, obviously, and than perhaps he presented or people thought he would be. And of course, he knew where all the bodies are buried, so he was able to use the leverage of his political knowledge to achieve that. And he also had to cope with the progressive wing that had more leverage on the back of Bernie's success, and of course the squads. But the thing I will say is that the reality is that the DNC has been sabotaging themselves since Obama. I mean, but the Affordable Care Act, for all the benefit it provided, was really just a modest compromise on what was already a corrupted capitalist health system, which is an outlier in the Western world. Okay, and then you had Bernie come along, and Bernie should have won that primary, except Michael Moore showed in his documentary Fahrenheit 11/9 quite clearly that Bernie's numbers were rigged, so he couldn't win the election. Now, we all see with Mandami and with AOC that actually would have translated into popular success. I think Bernie would have won, frankly. And instead, all those people, a lot of the people in those swing states who would have gone with Bernie, were so pissed off at the DNC they voted for Trump. And here we fucking are. And then they put Harris in the fucking seat, and she squibbed it because she couldn't come back and say, hey, all that inflation that happened under Biden, 80% of it was corporate profits and share buybacks. I'm going to send out a $5,000 check 3 years in a row to every working class American, and I'm going to take it off the share buybacks, off the dividends, and off the billionaires to pay for it. She would have won the election if she did that, but she didn't have the balls to do it because the same corporations she'd have to take that money off were putting money in her fucking pocket.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and the messaging was crap, and it gave her an out to say, well, it's because I didn't have enough time. She wasn't popular when she ran for president the first time she ran. She wasn't popular.
But the thing is, mate, with that free run, she didn't do anything that was a signature policy that would have brought people out the way we see it's happening in New York right now.
Yeah, it was business as usual. Kick the can down the road. That's right.
Freezers. Yep. Rent freezers, the groceries, the super, the buses, the childcare, and look at all the support he's getting.
Right. No. Yeah. And, his rhetoric was, top fucking notch. He knew what people saw was problem. He said, I was going to fix it. And then he came in there as like, like a fucking mad scientist or whatever. It's crazy. Skeeter, go ahead. And thank you, John.
So going back, someone, I don't remember who, sorry. Someone said about elections, and personally, I don't think they're going to happen. He's already said
we got to be careful.
Around.
We got to be careful with this conversation.
Okay.
TikTok hates it. They will fucking pull this shit right down. I swear. But so just be very, very vague with what you're saying. Okay. I'll put your time back. Go ahead.
So, Orion, the reason why I think this is he's already talked about the Insurrection Act. Mm-hmm. And, during that, erections don't happen. So, you're not going to build a $300 million freaking ballroom and then leave in 3 years. It just doesn't make sense. At least to me.
I've got the biggest balls. Sorry.
It's his house now.
Sorry, my bad.
They're made of gold.
Gold plated.
And so I know this is kind of on and off topic, but how do we fix this? Because at this point, I think we're past the point of no return with being able to do it legally.
You talking about with with the erections and the way that they've kind of, tipped the scales a little bit? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
I think we'll start seeing a lot more rhetoric that is very charged after 2026. I think that's kind of what a lot of people are waiting to see what happens. Because if it, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's not looking good, though. It's not looking good. But Skeeter, thank you. We don't have a lot of time here, guys. We got to realize we're all getting fucked here. Republicans, Democrats, we're all just the fucking worker bees for these people. They don't care. Johnny, go ahead.
Yeah, so you might have to skip me if I have bad internet here. So like I said, as a fiscal conservative, I'm not going to be browbeat for that. I'm not going to go into a throwing match. I'm not going to throw mud at the wall, especially from a bourgeoisie tone. My beliefs are my beliefs. I'm an American. I'm not gonna, like I've told liberal, I'm moving more to the center, to independent. But that means obviously I agree with some issues on both sides. See, that's the problem. Every time I come across Democrats, I feel like I'm being lectured into what I should believe and how I should believe it. And if my room isn't tidy and neat, then I don't get to eat dinner. That's a problem. It's a very disenfranchising problem. And, I'll just say this, Marjorie Taylor Greene is becoming one of my most favorite people. She's going for broke by telling Americans to not file for taxes because we're getting screwed on Social Security when all the representatives, Republican and Democrat, are getting 20% gains per year, while the average American gets like $1,000 if they're lucky to live on, eating dog food as elderly people. I mean, this is not party line. Minimum wage should not be a party line issue, and I don't think that minimum wage is the be-all, end-all savior of the working class or the average American. How about talk about, anti-drug laws?
You're breaking up, and go ahead and land it.
Truck-
You're breaking up and land your plane. Oh, I think he may have run off the runway. You're in the ocean. We can't hear you. Swim. Sorry. Johnny, you broke up really bad. I hope you could hear me, but let me move on. But thank you. I agree, man. Right now, Democrats being mad at conservatives or whatever and then shitting on them the way that they do sometimes. I'm guilty of it too sometimes, but we got more important shit to deal with. We have a common enemy, and they fucking want to unalive us. Melinda, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm on the same topic as John. A lot of people that I hear are turning towards voting independent because they're not satisfied with either side right now. Definitely not the Trump side, but especially, they're not satisfied with the Democratic side because, like I was saying before, they're not taking such a big step like we want them to, and also like Johnny was saying, they're like he so comically put it, if your room isn't neat and tidy, then you're not looking real good to them, and that's not how it should be. And I know that over here where I am, I mean, they just all they want to do is bully the Republicans, but they don't want to do anything about it. And I see that just in the local chapters of my Democratic parties here where I live. They want to get together and talk, but they're not really, there's not much else going on about, taking the initiative to go any further.
Yeah. And another problem we're going to run across is we can, in this moment, before the midterms, before, you actually have to go out and play into the contest, TikTok language, the moment that they get those two candidates, where I fear that the people that we've come together on, Republicans and Democrats, are just going to go right back to their fucking teams. I'm really afraid of that here, because it's very subjective too. So I don't know. No, Johnny did make a great point about his room. You got to pick it up, or you're not going to be able to have any kind of conversation with us here because we're special. Diesel, go ahead and welcome up, man. Good to see you. Thank you, Melinda.
Hello.
What's up, man?
Yes, this is a damn shame. What's happening? I used to be on food stamps back when I was homeless, and those food stamps saved my life. And I can only picture someone like me who is now not about to get food stamps. It's like we're framed as being lazy, and not wanting to work. And before I got into truck driving, I was homeless, and I always had aspirations to better myself, to change my situation financially. So it's like, what gives? I mean, while both parties bicker back and forth, the American people, especially government workers in our military, needs to be protected. They need to get their pay in spite of whatever bullshit they disagree on. And I'm gonna say I parked my truck instead of landing my plane, but this is total BS for all of us, for anyone with an ounce of a consciousness, regardless of what party line you're on. This has to stop. You know, this is not cool because people can't get their food stamps, especially in the community that I come from. They will cut up and act out of character, and it's not good. You know, it just
Well, understandably so.
Yeah.
If you don't have food, again, you're gonna fucking go nuts. You see, you got to feed your children. I would completely understand somebody stealing food from a place if they're hungry.
Yeah, they're gonna shut down Walmart over here because they're afraid of people looting when.
Yeah, see,
when
look at that. They're so afraid to give something to somebody that sustains their life that they're willing to board up a place for everybody else to go. These people disgust me. Walmart has made so much fucking money off the backs of everybody and from fucking SNAP that they should just be handing that shit out for free for fucking until this shit's over and done with. They got plenty of money to do that. Fuck them.
Was that your live liberal I saw that say, you know, a study has shown that the majority of the EBT recipients that are actually working are Walmart workers?
Yeah, and
Because
that's
they can't
probably
afford
true.
to live?
Yeah, and see, this goes back to the corporate subsidies. We've been subsidizing their labor forever now. We shouldn't need food stamps, guys. These companies should be having to pay a wage that's fucking livable. I'm not talking you got, thousands of extra dollars to go to fucking Disneyland, once a year. I'm just talking about being able to feed yourself. But no, instead we let them pay a little bit, and then we offset that cost of labor with food stamps. That makes no sense to me.
Well, didn't the Congress just vote themselves, a annual salary increase based on the CPI? I mean, why isn't minimum wage like that? I mean, like I said, that shouldn't be a party line issue.
They could do
a
that.
livable wage.
Yeah, that's what it was supposed to be for. It literally, when they created food stamps, it was literally for exactly that. To make sure that people were fucking dealt with or whatever. Or I said food stamps. I meant minimum wage. So that they didn't have to rely on government fucking handouts. And here we are because
I would argue that the majority of the people that need EBT aren't the ones lobbying Congress to make sure that they can buy Coca-Cola and Twinkies. It's the Koch brothers. It's these major corporations that want to get their sales in the farm bill. That's what it is.
Right. Exactly.
I don't think anybody has an issue feeding their children healthy foods. My goodness.
Right. No. You're right. Real quick, let me do a PSA, guys. We're at 55K likes. Let's get to 75K. We got 90 people in here. Please keep tapping. I don't know why it's taking us so long to get here. It's been fucking hour. We've been stuck between 50 and 55K. I do also have a gifting goal of 100 Octobers. So if you want to support the live, please do that. At this time, I'm going to open up the board, open discussion for the next 10 minutes. Y'all just try not to talk over each other. Dumb people, this is where it'll come into play, the thing you wanted to talk about. I would like you to start it off since you had something you wanted to add, and we can derail at this point. What's up?
I got to go, my friend. I just wanted to say good to see you back. You're in flying form.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you. It was good talking to you, man.
All right, mate.
Get some rest.
I'll speak to you shortly.
You don't want to get. You want in case you get beat up by a kangaroo, man. You got to have your energy about you. Come on, motherfucker.
You definitely do. They like to fucking beat you up. All right, mate. Speak soon.
All right, we'll see you later, man. Peace. All right, yeah. So 10 minutes. Dumb people. Why don't you start us off with what you were going to say, and then you guys can respond as you will. Go ahead. 10 minutes.
Problem. All right, so during Pete Hegseth, during the conversation with the generals, at one point he had said that for combat roles, it's going to go back to the highest male standard. Now, that doesn't mean that females cannot join. It just means that females have to reach a PT requirement of a male standard. to be able to join a combat role. I've noticed a lot of civilians have an issue with this. If you guys do have an issue with this, I would like to talk about it. If you guys agree that for combat roles it should be at the highest male standard, then that's an easy agreement.
Well, I mean, have there been issues that you know of where females have not been able to perform the roles? And I'm speaking as a Marine veteran here who has served in combat with women, and I've also served with the Kurds, which a lot of their frontline troops are actually women who are on the front lines.
Right. I'm not saying women can't do it. I'm just saying when it comes to physical PT, they should be at the highest standard.
But is there something that's showing that they're not?
Yeah, I personally went through it, and I know that they've lowered the standard so that women can join it, even though it didn't work. But by them lowering the standard generally for everybody, say for example, like me when I was in, at 18 years old, I used to do a 13 2-mile. After they changed the PT standards to what average for everybody else, at that same age, I was now able to do a 20-25 minute 2-mile. I could walk it, I could jog it. They essentially lowered the standard. I do not believe they should have done that.
I guess my question is not so much about boot camp, but it's about theater, right? Because boot camp prepares you for war, right? And so I've never encountered a situation where I've served with a female in war, not boot camp, but in war, where their lack of their lack of not being able to do as many pull-ups as me or sit-ups never came into effect.
Okay, that's your experience. That's cool.
But I guess my question is,
so Kirkland and hey, dumb people, I'd like to ask both of you. You know, is there a large majority of women in the military who see combat roles? I mean, is that something they really strive for? I mean, I kind of agree with Pete Hegseth on this, because our military should have the highest degree of combat readiness. If you look at, the armies across the world are getting more organized based on our training, where we do these diplomatic things where we train their armies. And look at North Korea, for goodness sake. It's there are a lot of threats. So that's what I'll say.
But do you guys really think our military is going to put someone that is not combat ready in combat?
Yes.
Yes. No. You really think so? Because because other people
I've seen people on profiles who have to watch the
little
guard.
19-year-old. How old are you, little baby boy?
I'm correcting you. I'm 25.
You're not correcting me.
Why are you getting upset that I'm correcting you?
Well, I don't know. You're clearly sexist, as this is the only thing you want to talk about. I mean, people literally cannot feed their families. We are experiencing a hostile fascist regime takeover, and you want to wag your dick at us, okay? Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. Women have been required to meet high military standards. They've been required to meet the same standards as men this entire time. So you are saying something that is completely inaccurate. And not to mention what Hegseth is trying to do is to scare people out of the military that might not follow
I have to agree, man. I have to agree, Hate Dump. You are bringing up something that's got nothing to do with nothing, man. There's a way bigger problem than, take it from a fellow misogynist. I'm joking, ladies. I'm joking. But this is not women being able to outdo men in the military is not the issue of the day. It's not the issue of the day, my friend.
That's kind of what I was getting at.
Worry about what's going to happen on the inside, because are you going to be able to protect yourself when people want to come after you because they can't get food? And I know you're a conservative mind. I know you got a demographic in mind of the type of people who might come after you. But hey, I'm gonna tell you, it's gonna be people of all backgrounds who are gonna be affected unless you put your military skills to the test.
And your own is gonna eat your own, dummy.
I'm honestly hoping you try me so I have a reason, okay? I don't care. For one. Two, going back to the highest male standard in the military for combat roles, you guys
How about the highest male standard is to steamroll our entire economy, to destroy the globe with climate change and imperialism, and just to, I don't know, fucking have sex with children.
Yeah, it feels like a
Ew, yes.
distraction. It does feel like a distraction. I mean,
I mean, like
that's one thing. I mean, it's just one thing,
Go ahead.
to up the standards. To up the standards, I think you got triggered because Poetivity brought up, the left being more about civil rights and women's rights and things like that. I think that's why you kind of got triggered. But anyways, I think it's a distraction. There are, serious issues when, like we talked about the other day, 4.3 trillion for icebreakers for the Antarctic and Arctic regions. What the fuck?
We really needed that, though.
Why do we
Hey,
need
it was like that
boats?
was the most important thing. Hey, we can just print it, right? We get our boats. We just cut through the ice.
And
Wait,
wait, Dummy, are you how much is your health premiums going up?
And they are going up. And they are
How much
going
are
up.
your health premiums going up?
Well, he has
Oh, I don't-
benefits from the government, remember?
I get
So
$4
he
grand a
has,
month from the VA.
so he has
Oh,
no, his
Yeah.
benefits don't go up because he has benefits from the VA.
Well, that's fucked.
And he's still mad that women, you're still mad about women being. So I looked it up and it says
Because he can't touch one.
currently
He's a
around
woman hater.
currently around 3,800 women are serving in frontline army combat roles. I mean, that's like a tiny fraction of our military.
Yeah, it's so
Can we start
insignificant.
calling this? Can we start calling this the heebie-jeebies or the ones with the scabies or something? They got
Say-
the goobers or whatever.
The
you know what I mean?
goobers?
Like they're, yeah,
I
because
am goober.
they hate women because they can't touch one or something. You know what I mean? That's what it is. Yeah.
Well, like Hexeth is also rolling back. He's trying to implement "Don't Ask, Don't Tell" again. I mean, is the '90s again? You know how many gay people that I served with who I didn't give a shit whether they were gay or not? I know. Like,
They got your fucking
when you're
back.
out there in the shit, you don't give a fuck who
Exactly.
Yeah, but they can't pass the same
Well,
test as me.
Oh, don't burn the flag.
Yeah. Well,
They can't pass the
here's an
same test
example,
as
okay?
me.
I know a white man who had half his heart working, couldn't walk across his lawn without basically passing out. He was out of breath. Couldn't get approved for disability. At what? Oh, a mere $1,000 a month. Okay, there. I don't discredit you. Hate dumb people. I don't know what your story is. I'm glad that you were patriotic enough to join the military. But if you're sitting there like a fucking fat cat getting $4 grand a month, when Vietnam vets got spit on, I'm glad the VA is upping the help for veterans. But if you are patriotic, you signed up to serve and protect the people of this country. And if you're saying that you held the butt end of a rifle, and hit a dummy, and then your hip got injured or something, you didn't go in the swamps or something like that, and then you're going to tell your brother that's next to you, hey dude, sorry, get a fucking job. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a reference to that in the Bible, and that means it's probably not looking good for you in the end, bro.
Hey,
I
dummy,
believe
can
in
you
the
recite-
Bible.
Hey, dummy.
Oh.
Hey, dummy. Can you recite your oath?
Nope, I don't care enough about it.
I took the oath, but I don't know what I cannot read.
All I can remember.
You were not. You did not serve.
Would you like
Please.
to see my
I don't think
I think he's trolling, guys. I said when he first started talking, I think he's trolling.
He's got the Groiper voice. He's
I'm
got the
leaving him
Groiper
here
voice. I
for
don't believe
entertainment
he's got it.
purposes
Ask
only.
ask him what his MOS was.
And what's your MOS? What's your
14
MOS?
Echo, my bad. Echo, 14 Echo, Patriot System, Air Defense.
What? What branch?
14 system Echo.
Echo is not a MOS. That's a
14
company.
Echo is an MOS. Look it up.
Echo,
Yeah.
no, we use like Echo,
If you look it up,
Alpha, like those are for communications.
ECO, Echo,
Golf company, like that's
no,
completely
Echo,
different.
14 Echo. Just look it up.
For the record, it doesn't mean that you say it twice in a row every time you say it.
No, I'm trying to make sure you guys hear me correctly. So she keeps on
I'm
talking.
glad somebody got that. Thank you.
To get that $7,000 paycheck, you're gonna have to work a lot harder.
What branch were you
Well,
in?
and I think hate dumb people is actually a product of the current political environment. I don't believe that he believes everything he's saying. I think that he's, backed into this corner. I got to choose one side or the other. And that's
Oh, you're breaking up
So
again,
like,
Johnny.
I could tell you my own lives. I was 30,
Right,
30
Johnny,
52.
I was kind of
supply
backed up
chain.
into a corner, and I was kind of forced to vote for Trump because he just seemed like the better of the two evils. You kind of right on that one.
You gotta vote for Trump.
Yeah, because taking the money out of our pocket and giving it to
Look,
Israel is the way I wanted to vote.
I
The first
don't care.
time he ran, I
has
knew he was the Antichrist. The first time he ran, I knew
This
he
is
was
the
the
advice I'll give you,
Antichrist.
hey, dumb people. If you're too shallow to keep your own party accountable, which I am, very critical of the right nowadays, then you're no better than a far leftist that will die on a hill that means nothing just to stay party line. I mean, last time I checked, taking care of veterans is not a party line issue either. There should be enough money in the budget to take care of you guys, to take care of the veterans, and also to take care of people like Diesel, who said he was homeless and food stamps saved him, which I absolutely believe, because people aren't as fucking generous as you might think. I've seen many poor people sitting on the side of the street. Oh yeah, they drive a Mercedes.
Right.
Maybe one out of 1,000. The other ones are waiting all day to get one meal.
Okay.
People aren't generous, but also, sorry, I'll end this really quick, but
I had to go around.
Well, hold on, Diesel, hold on. Somebody else was talking. I heard. I don't know who
I
that
just
was.
wanted to add on to what Johnny was saying. It's not even just that people aren't generous. It's that we looked this up. One of the last panels that I was on with Lib is that like 60% of Americans can't afford a $500 to $1,000 expense. And that was in August before all of this BS, right? Like I remember I went to New York for a conference a couple of years ago, and I'm low income. I've been low income. I've worked in nonprofits education, been a student, whatever. I just had like a clump of dollar bills that I would just hand out to people on the street because I could not live with myself to have money in my pocket to be encountered by people on the street who had less than me, right? And like, talk about the leftists that will die on the hill, Johnny. I am a leftist that will die on the hill, that I do not want to be a part of this world. I do not want to procreate. I do not want to add to the damage that these regimes are doing to the world. And until we have a major shift in consciousness and how we organize ourselves and conduct ourselves, we will destroy the planet, and we are the planet.
Yeah.
So people need to start thinking internationally. People need to stop this lesser of two evils and think that, we can just vote half the population down the drain. Doesn't matter if women have bodily autonomy. Doesn't matter if immigrants are, being detained and experimented on scientifically and forced to labor for free. Doesn't matter if children don't have food. Like, this is literally evil. I'll land it there.
It is. Absolutely. And with that, guys, let's get back to the one-on-ones. We'll go around a couple of times and then come back to the open discussion. Diesel, did you want to say one last thing? Because I think you were also trying to jump in there.
Okay, so it does, again, the party lines. Democrats blame Republicans blame them. This is part of the reason why I didn't vote, because to end poverty is never on the agenda. It never seems to be on the agenda outside of racial matters, which being a Black American that I focus on as well. But this is something that strikes me as a human being, because America very much has the means to end poverty. They could end the prison industrial complex overnight if they want to. But the reason they have these laws, the reason they have people packed in prisons on nonviolent offenses, is so that the prison industrial complex, people who own the prisons, make money. You could, when I was homeless, I didn't want a luxury apartment, but a place to lay my head, shower, and food to eat, so I could focus on, finding my niche to get on my feet. And unlike the stereotype, I never did drugs. I never drank. I never smoked. I'm a drugs. I never did drugs. I was fortunate to have some friends where I could stay in every now and then, but many a nights I slept on the streets, and it wasn't until I found my niche and got into truck driving.
Okay, let's
and I'm
wrap it
just
up.
basically to
Wrap it
park
up.
my truck. Wrap it up. It's just we got to do better by our fellow human beings, by our fellow citizens as Americans. And that's all of us who get government assistance are not looking for a handout, are not lazy. We're just going through a rough patch, and we need that safety net because it could keep things going from bad to worse.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, thank you, Diesel.
Well, and I
Make
think,
sure you set the parking brake,
liberal
okay?
is
Make sure you set that parking brake.
nice. Is
Don't roll
liberal
down
is the SNAP budget about 60 billion? Am I right on that?
No.
So we're arguing about 60 billion while we just spent trillions and trillions in the big beautiful bill. Like, where's the disconnect here?
Right.
I think the figure too is each average citizen pays about $36 into SNAP through their taxes. That's it, $36 a year.
And let's not forget that for every dollar that's spent on food stamps, it generates about $1.50 or so in economic activity. So you actually get a return on that investment. Because if you buy something, then that has to be replaced. Somebody at a warehouse has to put it on a pallet. Somebody has to wrap the fucking thing. Then you got a truck driver that has to deliver the product. So all of that activity that gets generated by purchasing products is great, right? Is greater than the amount that you put in. So you actually get that back in economic activity. So we're going to start top left here. Poetivity, you actually made it in perfect timing. Let's go. We're going to go back to individual timers. 65 seconds now. Go ahead, Poetivity.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, the only way that it's fair that we pull full food stamps from people and not feed them and refuse to feed them and have this like me or nothing attitude is if people were all equal. Like if they were all intellectually, physically, everything absolutely equal in every way and the same in every way, then that would be perfectly fine. We could say, you're on your own, throw everybody into the water and see who decides to swim or not. But the Republicans are throwing people into the water who have disabilities or an inability to work or an inability to make ends meet. Maybe they have a disabled child that they need to take care of. Maybe they can't take a regular 9-to-5 job. Maybe they can't afford childcare. Maybe they have too many children to take a job and get going. It's like we can't equal everybody out unless everybody was absolutely equal. And otherwise, as a society, we have an obligation to each other as well as to ourselves.
I rely
Absolutely
on
right.
disability and food stamps and Medicaid.
Yeah. Unplottable. Unplottable. Go ahead.
I'm happy to help you pay for your household so that you can have less stress. Like, I'm happy to do that. I'm grateful.
I'd rather that than boom booms.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm grateful that I'm able to do that. And I want to contribute to my society as well as to my, taking care of my own family.
And I'd rather give to you than to dummies. You know what I mean?
Unplottable. Unplottable. Go ahead.
It's a moral imperative in a civilized society that we do this, that we have social safety nets. But also, if you look at it, it's like we have privatized everything, every industry, every acre of land. Most humans, even 100 years ago, were actually still farming. Like, you had enough land that you could support yourself and a family. You could get by, right? That's not what the modern world is like. And that's getting worse. And especially when we look at how AI is going to disrupt the entire economy, like Diesel, so glad you found trucking. They're, as soon as they can, get AI on that, that's going to be all AI, and it's crazy. It's like there's so many industries that are going to be completely upended. And so this inane argument about whether food stamps is good or bad is a really old argument, because we need to be talking about UBI. We need to talk about socializing agriculture, socializing food. And ultimately, like the way I'll land my plane here is when you allow an economy to have such disparities in wealth and power, conservatives misunderstand this debate, right? They think, oh, like people are just envious of rich people, like whatever, they create jobs. It's like, no, inequality is dangerous to a democracy because of the power that money gives you to control erections, I should say. And that's the other thing too. We don't even live in a democracy. Look at how we have to censor ourselves. We can't even say one of the most primary words in our entire democracy. Like, that's insane. Are we gonna have to start saying mermocracy next? Like,
Right.
what are we
Yeah.
even talking about?
The patriarchy wants us to say erection over and over again. That's what happened. Just kidding. Anyway, yeah, thank you, Unplottable. Well said. Dumb people, go ahead.
Just combating erectile dysfunction.
There you go. I didn't want to say erection, but I had to. Go ahead, dumb people.
I personally believe some people shouldn't be on EBT, or they don't have, or I don't think they should ever get it. For example, my mother-in-law was on EBT as an illegal immigrant. So me and my girlfriend called ICE to ask questions. Now we have an attorney on her, and we're trying to get her.
Shut the fuck up, troll.
No, I'm dead ass. Like we called ICE just so we can get
Yeah,
questions.
you are dead ass, for real. Like, shut the
And
fuck
they
up.
told us that she cannot be detained or deported throughout this entire process.
Don't give him no time
But
back.
hopefully she'll get a U.S. citizenship, and then she will maybe qualify for EBT later on. But I don't believe people who are illegal immigrants should get
I
any
don't
benefits
mind feeding anybody who's within our
The
border.
second thing I wanted to say
I
is I
don't
don't
mind.
believe American people
I
should
don't
pay
Wait,
out.
hold on. It's his timer.
$1,000.
It's his timer. Hold on.
I also don't believe that I should pay out of my money for something that you want to help someone else do. I believe
We're
if
paying
you
out of
want
our pockets for your dumbass to be in the military, so
but
shut the fuck up.
Okay.
So I pretty much deserve that. I don't care. From what I
You know,
understand,
you're living on
Okay.
socialism.
Okay, real quick, guys. If you think that this man is a type troll, because I'm struggling to believe that this man is
You know,
coming
I
up
think
here.
I think he was in the military and he took a bullet to the head. That's all I can figure.
that would have been nice.
No, he's a product of dysfunctional parents, a Democrat and a Republican throwing mixed signals all the fucking time. This is what's happening to our country. This is Gen Z. The Gen Zs
I
that
can't
aren't
take
on one
him
side or the other
seriously,
are in
though.
this boat.
I think he's bullshitting. Like, I called ICE on my parents. I called ICE on my parents for getting food stamps that they weren't getting. Like, whatever. Everything that you've
My
said.
girlfriend and I
don't.
called and reported her mother. Like, shut
That's
the
ridiculous.
fuck up, bro.
I would kick him off. I
Yeah.
think he's a black-billed groiper.
Little bitch
He's a black-billed groiper.
I seriously, I don't think anything he's saying is real. I think he's just trolling.
Late to the
Yeah.
he's
DJ,
late to
go
the
ahead.
fucking Zio party. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, DJ.
Like, now that I'm, God, I hate being put on the spot. Okay,
I'll hide the timer. I'll hide it. I'll hide it.
all right, tell me what we're talking about.
Food stamps. Just
Okay.
people
food
being able to
stamps.
eat. Just think about that.
All right, people being able to eat is a major thing. It's like anybody that, if your CEO is a fucking billionaire, like every person, every fucking employee that you have working for you better be making a very comfortable wage. Like, they should be able to own a house and maybe possibly a vacation house, right? Like, fucking billionaires should be illegal because they're becoming billionaires off of the fucking backs of their fucking slaves, for real, right? Like, it's just ridiculous that any billionaire is allowed to have that much money.
I agree.
Yeah, that's
I think there should be a cap on wealth, actually.
Right?
It's gotten way out of hand.
I mean,
One billionaire
I wouldn't
could
say
take care of it.
capital wealth per se, but
Yeah.
everybody. Let's say everybody who makes above.
Well, hold on, Diesel. Your chance,
$30,000 a year.
Diesel.
7%.
Your time will come. Skeeter, go ahead.
Okay, so with the with the food stamps and the food and stuff, there are only two countries of the UN that said that food was not a human right, and that's Israel and the United States. Go figure. So like that right there tells you everything you need to know. They do not give a flying fuck about anybody except for their clique of people. And their clique of people, like Johnny was saying, are the billionaires and the freaking oligarchs and shit.
They're the
And I
chosen
agree
people.
that billionaires should not be a thing. They should not exist. And I have a drastic approach to it, and including a rich roll of sorts, if y'all catch the drift, every year. If there's a billionaire, yeah, they're just they gotta be
They should have to put in more
for
to
the
the
common good.
system. Yeah, they should put in more to the system.
Yeah, I mean
think
they
it's completely
benefited from it.
positive.
Yeah.
They should
But
be putting in more.
Yeah,
there
so
also comes a time where we have to realize we are not left wing or right wing. We are all connected to the same goddamn bird. And at some point we have to realize, how many feathers are we willing to lose
right.
before we can't fly anymore?
You look like a plucked chicken going around. Sorry, that was the visual that came to my head when you said that. I lost all my feathers. Yeah, because like before, what we did was we taxed the top marginal rates so high that people weren't paying that. So it ended up staying in the company. And because the company had all that extra money that they weren't paying these ridiculous salaries to these, fucking executives, they ended up paying the people more because they could afford it. And then we got rid of that with the tax cuts or whatever and started paying these outrageous amounts of money to these executives. And now the company is like quarter to quarter. These guys want their bonuses, the people at the top, and they end up fucking everybody else over. Yeah, it's, and that fixes the problem itself. And then you end up with somebody who's very wealthy off of, for example, Bill Gates building something like he did. I mean, obviously that guy's going to make a lot of money because he, changed the game, as it were. But if you're just pushing money around to make money, like, fuck off with that. That doesn't benefit anybody. Anyway, Johnny, go ahead.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things I'd like to say, but I think, supply side economics is something that, libertarian or like I don't want to say far right, but somebody that's a rhino, basically, a Republican in name only, will tout, Reaganomics, supply side economics, the trickle down effect, where if you give these corporations and billionaires these tax cuts, that they could choose to, build more infrastructure, create more jobs, increase wages, so on and so forth, which they don't have to. And I pose this, argument to somebody that was pretty libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, free market, ridiculous bullshit. And I said, okay, well, why don't we make it like a charity? Okay, if you give money to a charity, you could get a certain tax break, but it has to go to that charity. Why not turn supply side economics into something that you're not getting this tax cut unless you do actually create more jobs, unless you do actually give bonus incentives to your lower paid workers, things like that. It would be, a regulated market that actually is healthy for America. I don't know.
There you go.
Isn't that kind of how it
There
used
you
to
go.
be?
Yeah, that used to be how it is.
Yep.
Or how it should be.
Yeah, Melinda, well said, Johnny. Go ahead, Melinda.
I agree with Johnny 100%. And I remember a time when it used to be like that. And anyways, I just wanted to say also that benefits are for everybody. I personally live on disability, and I rely on Medicaid for my drugs and food stamps. But I try to work in between and try to make money. But it's very hard for me to hold down a job with my disability. But I try to go out there and I try to do my thing nonetheless, because I want to do it on my own and get out of the system. But in the meantime, I'm grateful. I'm grateful for it, and I know other people are struggling, and I'm glad for these taxpayers. Thank you, everybody, for helping out.
Yeah, and whenever I was on food stamps, I fucking hated it. I hated it, and we got out of it. Most people don't want to be on that. It's it's embarrassing. So yeah, Diesel, now is your time. Go ahead, man.
Okay. What else to add? All we can do, what are solutions? Because the system is going to do what it's going to do. People, the people in power are going to do what they're going to do. Because this amazes me how Congress has a certain salary, but yet majority of them, they get on Capitol Hill, become millionaires. So what can we do as common folks? I can only do so much. I can't, risk my job. Some things cheap off my truck, can't do that. So, what can we? People are talking like, see, someone was talking about finding vacant land in cities and growing gardens, but I don't know if it's gonna come, if that's gonna work in time. Like, what net? We got a network. Maybe go to other countries if we can, because this is gonna become a serious crisis. It's like, hey, the strategy of starving your population. I think that's what America's trying to do.
Right. Yeah, I mean the gardens, the community gardens, like Proxy, he said he planted a garden right next to the Walmart that anybody could just go and because seriously, you can get a pack of seeds for $1, whatever. You take it to some random plot or whatever, just throw these fucking seeds. Eventually, it'll grow. One season,
Heck
you'll
yeah.
have some stuff there. Costs very little.
Well, and to popcorn in,
Just random fucking food everywhere. Wouldn't that be nice? You're just driving down the road, there's a fucking tomato or cucumber plant that you could just pick off of. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah.
Like, damn. Guys, we are at 66,000 likes. Let's get to 75K before the end of the live. The live ends in 27 minutes. So keep hitting that tap button. Let's try to make that our goal. I do have 100 goal for October. So if you want to do that, please do. I'm going to go ahead and open it up for open discussion until the end of the live. So go ahead, guys. I'm going to hide the timer. If you guys go crazy, I'll shut it down. So,
can I make a comment?
Yes. Sensei.
Yeah,
that's right. Sensei, you welcome back, man. I haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to start off with one of my most favorite political quotes. It's by Louis Brandeis, an ex-Supreme Court justice. We can have democracy in this country, or we can have great concentrations of wealth in the hands of a few, but we cannot have both. What it's basically saying is wealthy people, large concentration of wealth is inherently anti-democratic. So if you support democracy, you can't support a billionaire or trillionaire, or whatever it might be, because they will use the resources in an anti-democratic fashion that you cannot.
I absolutely 100% agree, Sensei. And I want to, and I'll just say this, and I'll shut up for the rest of 10 minutes. This idea that the Republicans are pushed in this corner that socialism is the next step to communism. If you think about it, what you're saying is spot on. The conservative right has become communist. Literally, the concentration of power and wealth is communism.
No.
Socialism is not the next step to it. Socialism should be something that is looked at seriously. That's why there's a country in Europe, that nobody's allowed to talk to. The name that shall not be named. Actually, the Germans were the first people to introduce socialism in the late 1800s. And I'll land there.
I want to popcorn in on that. I want to popcorn in on that, what you said, Johnny. So communism is not what's happening right now. What's happening right now is fascism. It's very different things. Communism is moneyless, classless, stateless society. One might call it utopia. There are a lot of earlier societies in human history that were egalitarian, that we could call were like proto-communist. People in mainstream media throw that term around and misuse it, misapply it, but nothing that's happening in the USA today can be called communism. What this regime is doing is fascism. So I just want to put that out there. But I am happy to hear that you are like open to having dialogue around socialist policies, because I think what the working class really needs to understand, like what Sensei said, is with the level of wealth inequality that we have right now today, really the only thing that we have is collective action, like collective ownership of resources, of land, hopefully of industries, the means of production, to combat the egregious level of inequality that we have. And
But wait,
especially
so
with
wait.
technology.
You know what? I will
Communism
say,
and
don't name it
fascism
communism.
both. Communism and fascism both basically take the means of production and center the power into the hands
But
of
the
a few.
difference,
So,
but the
Hold on, you
difference,
gotta
no,
name it something
yeah, I
else.
mean,
Wait,
but what
sell
I'll
the
say about
idea of
communism is
but don't name
it's
it communism.
failed because it always turns into utopia for me, but not for thee.
but see, that's what I'm saying.
Unfortunately.
It's not communism, though. So you are misusing terms, and it has a really negative effect and consequence on the discourse. So use terms like fascism and corporatism, things like that. Do not use communism, because that's not what's happening. Even China, even though they're like we call them communists, they are not actually communists. They are socialists with
It's
some
like a
fascistic
hybrid
policies.
capitalism.
Yes, hybrid
Yeah,
capitalism.
because
Yeah.
when they were fully communist, they unalived 30 million of their own people. When they
And
tried
that's
to
also a fake
introduce,
statistic. That's,
when they tried to introduce Mao's Great Leap
Johnny,
Forward.
that's fake news. That's fake news
Johnny,
and inaccurate.
Johnny, when was China fully communist? Can you tell me when?
Mao's Great Leap Forward.
Oh, say that again.
The thing is, if you read from communists and change the name, you got to change the label. When you read from socialism, change the name, and then sell the ideas, but with a change of name. That way, it'll get through to a whole lot of other people, because when they see it as socialists, like they've been brainwashed. Like people who are right leaning, like Johnny here, he will freak from it. But if you sell him the ideals without the name, because he'll just think communism. Don't worry about the name.
But
it's
the
like
name-
worrying about the color of a car or the label on the car. If the engine runs good and it's a well functioning car, you gotta remove the labels.
The world doesn't like the communism and socialism because we have been told not to, right? Like we've been told in all these stories. I know, but it's very. I get that, but it's very important for us to take back the meanings of actual words that they took from us, right?
You're going to be fighting over
And
a label
I want
instead
to-
of progressing the
well, let
whole
me-
idea forward.
Well, okay, so
Just remove the
let's let's be
push the
clear about
idea.
something here, because the philosophy of communism is not what the implementation of what they called communism is, right? So the ideas behind it and the philosophy behind communism does sound great on paper, but it'll never really work, because you'll always end up feeding all that shit back to one, structure, one power system, right? It's because that's just the nature of humans, I think. But the same with like
Agreed.
unfettered capitalism.
Manifested itself.
I was just
doesn't.
trying to say that socialism is not the gateway rug to communism.
But socialism
to make
and
people less
communism.
afraid of socialism.
Socialism and communism, though, at least how it's implemented in the United States, it's not the same thing, right?
Well, and I
Yeah.
want
You know
to jump
what's really
in on here though,
interesting?
because the capitalism truly is the root of all evils. Like, I want people, especially for the
See
fiscal
you, Jules.
conservatives, to understand that capitalism is wage theft, right? Like your wage that you get, even if it's a
Essentially,
high wage,
yes.
you are actually getting paid a fraction of the value that you produce for that company,
Correct.
right? So capitalism,
I
by
know, I
its
should
nature,
get paid
is wage
more.
theft, right? So when we're talking about, communism in general, the idea is that we value labor and we compensate. Now, you could create a system, even within communism, that there could be some different pay scales versus on experience, seniority, different fields. There could be, even within communism, some differentiation, but the difference is under the capitalist system, people get rich and fat from exploiting other people, both domestically and abroad. right? And so once you actually start seeing that, and one thing I'll say is, like, especially for the fiscal conservatives, start listening to Parenti, Wolf, Hickel, Federici, look into Marx and Engels, right? Because you will find that you're going to agree with a lot of what they're talking about. And like DJ said, you have been propagandized, because we all have been.
But
you know what I find?
You can't.
But it is
I
still
agree.
also
I agree.
true that
propaganda. You can't undo it though. You can't undo the propaganda people have been fed. You just change the label and sell the ideal, and that way change the name and get rid of communism. So find another name for it.
But it's important to see we had to take back anti-Semitism, right? Like, no, we're not. It's not about the Jews. It's about Zionism. And as a mass people keep saying that, right? It's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and people are knowing about it more. We have to take the narrative back. We have to take the meanings of these words back.
I agree with that. It's the same thing with feminism. They made feminism a dirty word, right? And it's like, we cannot allow them to co-opt our language and weaponize it against us.
Do you know what I find?
As someone who's been attacked as a man, it has become used as a dirty word against me. LOL. Just kidding.
Do you know what I find really interesting? For the past 100 years, the American people have been propagandized against these terms of communism, these labels.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Get it, boy. Now get the fuck out. Please keep going, Sensei.
For the past 100 years or so, the American people have been propagandized with these terms or labels as communism, socialism. I want to remind people, back in the 1800s and early 1900s, right? The communist and socialist parties, along with trade unionists, fought for every right for the working class that we enjoy today. I want to remind people, 1%ers, billionaires, can afford freedom. We, the working class, have to fight for our freedom.
Well, building up your community, right? Like, you know how they say blackout the system, right? don't spend your money in big box stores or franchises or whatever. Spend your money in little community, small businesses, right? That's kind of communism almost, kind of, right? Like, in a way. It's like building up your community. And do that during Black Friday, please.
And I want to add on to that, like Diesel and DJ, you guys were talking about how do we survive. One thing I want to uplift is, like, look at the most marginalized people in your societies, look at BIPOC folks, look at immigrants. Here in Minneapolis, we have a huge level of immigration. We've got a lot of folks from Africa, we've got a lot of folks from Asia. A lot of people brought with them agricultural heritage. And start actually making connections with people in your community, local farmers, again, marginalized groups, BIPOC immigrants, people who have been learning how to survive on the margins and not existing solely within the mainstream because the mainstream didn't serve them. So again, another leftist hill I'm going to die on. That's one of them.
I don't think it's a leftist idea. I think it's a human right idea.
It's a human idea, but I mean, a lot of right wingers are not necessarily talking like that. But I'm just trying to.
I'm in Fargo, North Dakota at the moment. I'm about to be in Minnesota in a few hours.
I have nothing against you, and I didn't mean any offense by saying, a hill to unalive on. I like a lot of your views. I disagree on some, immigration especially. That also, in my opinion, is crazy that's a party line issue. I mean, there should be controlled, border immigration policies so we don't get to a point where it's one extreme to the other, where you have Kristi Noem running around in her ICE Barbie doll uniform talking about whatever the hell she's talking about versus, a wide open border policy that's completely dismantling the working class. I mean, if you look at that in reality, that's all it does.
I'll push back a little bit because I don't think it's a party line issue. I've been a Democrat my whole life, and I don't care for my party, but the views that are on this side I generally agree with. And it's always been true that we believed in securing the border. While Biden did a piss poor job of it, he certainly could have done a better job of it. He didn't have a, hey, just come over if you want. He didn't have a policy like that, right? It was a bad job, but it wasn't a purposeful bad job, at least not from my reading of it. And he did end up fixing it. So Democrats aren't wanting like completely open borders. That's not a thing.
And I mean, have any GOP really allowed, right, the Dems to kind of fix anything? Like they try to fix something, they try to make a bill or a policy, and
Yeah,
it
Bill
might
named
be
after
really good, and then they get, everything good gets cut, right? Because the GOP won't pass it unless all the good shit gets cut. So, I mean, I'm not a Democrat. I'm saying I'm not a GOP. I'm independent, have been forever. But
DJ, you're absolutely right.
yeah.
What makes Minneapolis leftist? I'm curious. Or is it Minnesota? Minnesota and some other place. I'm just curious. What makes
it
the city
leftist?
so great?
What
Makes,
exactly is your question?
the governor of Minnesota. Of Minnesota. He gives children free lunches, right? He says all children in school get a free lunch. So
California does that.
that's what
Tim Walz. Yeah. So he was the vice
he
presidential
seems like a
nominee,
cool
right?
guy.
He's a really cool guy. I mean, things I'll say about him, he was an educator in the public school system for, I think, 25 years. He served in the National Guard. He started, education nonprofits. Neither he or his wife are invested in the stock market. They subsist solely off of their public school pensions. And, yeah, when he got into office, he basically passed a bunch of progressive legislation, including being a safe haven for trans folks, protecting access to ABs, women's bodily autonomy, and then saying that we're going to feed all school children regardless of income.
I mean,
do you mean BIPOC?
What about black people?
Yeah, so
I think just a black American, not an immigrant, just a black. I'm just curious, because I have nothing against nobody, even though I've been called xenophobe, which I'm far from it, a misogynist, which by definition I do not meet, because I mean, a woman should have a, I don't even vote on those matters. Like see, that's the thing about the left. Hold on, here's the thing about the left that I try to get through to people. It's like, look, I normally would vote left, but a lot of people in the working class got pushed away because a lot of those issues of trans rights and feminist issues or whatever else did not resonate with the working class, and Trump was able to come along and dupe them. I was just, due to my blackness, I said, hey, I can't vote for someone who, for all purposes, is obviously galvanizing anti-black racism. But that's not the meat of the day, because right now we're worried about food stamps, which affects people of all backgrounds. But when it comes to all the agendas that the Democrats were heavily focused on, it felt that the working class, black men, white men, we were left out. It's just nothing that Democrats vouched for resonated with us, and we're just like, either we didn't vote at all, or we voted, or they leaned right and voted for Trump.
But sir, with all due respect, do you not recognize how the trans bathroom issue is the same bathroom issue that BIPOC people had back in the day?
Oh yeah, and the fact is that the only people focused on it were the Republicans, and the Democrats were just trying to protect trans people from being attacked by them. And so yeah, I agree that they took over the conversation and they drove the conversation towards what it should not have been driven towards. But it was the conservatives driving that. You watch Fox News and they're trans, anti-trans, trans.
That's true.
And we were just coming out in protection of those that creative expression of a life. Like it's the Democrat side to say, you have your 80 years. You have your 80 years. No, the Republicans inspired.
Okay, I get that, Diesel. I do get that.
The Republicans said they're sending boys to school and they're coming home as girls. And they fear mongered. They actually said teachers are putting cat boxes in classrooms and letting kids identify as cats and taking a shit in a cat
And
box.
people
But if you ask a
believed
teacher
it.
for a
Mongering.
Oh
pencil,
my
We know that.
God.
But what do you
Diesel,
do for
have you
people like me?
asked a teacher for a pencil?
The-
Because if you ask a teacher for a pencil, they're going to say, you come prepared next time. And they're not going to go, oh, okay, I'll put a cat box in my room. And then after I finish grading papers, I'll go ahead and clean up your shit in my room so that you can
Right, but
continue to identify as a cat. It's stupid.
right,
It's fear
we
mongering, and
we
it's
know that.
by the right.
Diesel,
Yes,
could these
we know
issues Diesel, could
there
these
is on right,
issues
but I'm
that
asking, what did you do for people like me?
Diesel, are you adjusting that
Diesel?
to Minnesota, or what are you
What
talking about? Are you talking about Democrats, or are you saying, well, what are you?
I'm
I don't
talking
get your
about,
question.
yes, Democrats on a federal scale. Yes, on a federal scale, what did Democrats do for someone like me? Like, I felt left out as a black man, but as a working man, just a man in general, I just felt totally like left out.
Let me
Just
tell
felt
you
And I
let
get
me
I
tell
get
you
that.
what
Can
Joe
I address
Biden
you,
did for you,
Diesel?
Diesel. Let me tell you what Joe Biden
Wait,
did
but
for you.
but
When
I
he first
understand.
came into office, when Joe Biden first came into office, the first thing he did was he appointed a whole committee, and he said, I want you to go through all of the federal hiring standards. I want you to remove any item that may limit the ability of black and brown people of color to ascend to those leadership positions. He appointed his own board using a standard of merit, and he found that the people that knew the most and were the most educated and were the highest uh, professionals in each of those areas were a diverse people, and he had the most diverse cabinet of any presidency ever. He had the top of the military, the top of the whole national security be a black man.
I know that that's
He
symbolism, but I'm
appointed
talking about substance
people
for
who
working
led
class
us
folk.
in such he appointed people who led us in such good directions that we should no longer have racism at all, because we should know as a country that we can trust that black people are good leaders because they did a
100%
great
we've
job
seen it.
under Joe Biden. The
And
fact is that he did more towards eliminating racism in this country than any president has ever done, and he was a Democrat.
And
yeah,
Diesel, I want to jump in on this too. Like, so if you look at the BLM movement over the last 10 years, that was a huge shifting of the Overton window in public consciousness about the issues that face Black Americans in the country. And that had real material effects. Like, we had like giant uprisings here in Minneapolis, not only in 2020 due to George Floyd, but we had a number of different police shootings of Black Americans that were horrendous, and we mobilized for it. And it actually had material impacts because people gave money to various causes. We've had this renaissance in Black-owned businesses, especially in North Minneapolis, where, like, I will say Minneapolis is still a bit segregated. There's certain, it's sort of like Chicago, New York, where you're going to have different areas of the city that are predominantly like one or the other. So my friends and folks that I've worked with, that's one of the things they complain about our region, is that it's still a little bit segregated. The over culture is still relatively white because we are still like 75% white in the state. But Minneapolis itself and St. Paul is one of the most diverse cities in the country, right? But what I will say, and leftists and Democrats elevated that conversation. Who attacked it? Republicans and conservatives. And now you look at, and I'm not saying I'll just land this plane, like, not every person that identifies as Republican or conservative is a white supremacist, but you're not going to be a white supremacist and a Democrat, right? And they're actually sanctioning this at the highest levels of government. So
Right.
if you're
Well, I will
concerned,
just hold on, but I will tell you this story.
well, let me.
real quick. I'll tell you the story. One time, I got called the N-word by a white transgender, and just recently on one of the panels, I got called low IQ by a white feminist, and I'm like, it just seems the far left is circles around and touches the far right. They're not on a line, on a linear
Can I say
polar
something?
opposite
There are
studies. They
trash
go
people in
circle.
every
Can I
all
say
culture.
something real
because
quick?
Yes. So we real quick. Okay, we have two new people on the panel that have not spoken yet. So let me go. Warrior was here first. Warrior, did you want to add something? And then after that, Divine.
Diesel, I've grown up. We've talked before, and I've grown up in America, and there's crappy people on both sides. But the only thing I cannot tolerate, I have zero tolerance for, is racism. Zero. I mean, I don't care where it's coming from. If it's coming from my own community, I don't tolerate it. If it's coming from, I am blessed to say I have wonderful, amazing neighbors. And yeah, some of my neighbors are Republican, and some of them are absolutely the kindest people you meet. Some of them, a few of them are racist. Because I cover my head. Some of them give me this look. I let it go because I'm like, it's a free country. You can hate, but I'm still going to be covering. This is who I am. And some of them are amazing and kind and giving. We have a neighbor that is, you would say, as white can be. And they're kind and they're Republican. Because we've talked about social issues, political issues. They are so kind. Our lawnmower broke. The guy is older. He's in his mid to late 60s. He mowed our whole lawn. And I asked him, I said, I wanted to do that. He said, no, I just wanted to be kind because you're a woman. Let me do it. So there's crappy people on both sides. Do not wait for the politicians to make a change. Each one of us have to be the change. One of us.
Can I just say real quick? We have 17 more pumpkins that we got to get to live. Come on, we can get 17 more. I would, but I'm out of coins. Yeah. Come on, you guys. There's 17 more.
There's only 5 minutes left
and
for that goal.
5K taps. Come on, we can do it. We can do
There's
it.
only,
Tap. Let's
thank
go,
you,
guys.
DJ. That's fucking funny. Thank you, DJ. Now, and thank you, Warrior. I appreciate that. Divine, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, peeps? So, Diesel, I've been kind of listening not only to what you're saying, but how you're saying it. And it seems like you're painting the actions of a few trash human, and that's what I'll call them, because the people that called you that and dismissed you like that are trash.
Trash.
But what you're not going to do is paint the entire left like that or the entire trans community like that because of one person. There is a group called Trans for Trump, and the LGBTQ community absolutely despises them. But the thing is that...
Oh, I understand that. I understand everybody's not a monolith. I agree on that. But it just amazes me that, a feminist, a white feminist, who I will have a disagreement with, it's like she'll use that IQ thing that's been used by those on the far right to attack me when I'm having disagreements. It's like, and it's a little disagreement over nothing. It's like they want to throw this word misogynist around, which loses all meaning when I'm like, hey, I do not have the power to implement misogyny over you, especially as a white woman who's far more privileged than me as a black man. You can go F off if you think you and I are on parallel when it comes to this thing of suffering. My grievances, I say as a black man, the left is not prioritizing things the way they should. It was, for me, I'm like, hey, it's sad when I see, it used to be blacks there was a focus, but how can you dare compare yourself to me when I am more likely to be unalived by police? And they try to segregate, they try to separate the black man and the black woman in their struggles. And it's like, no, our struggles is irrespective of gender. It's irrespective
but that's
of
not
what
the party.
Sex you choose.
And it's also not true. Like, Diesel, you're talking about, you're addressing intersectionality. One sec, guys. You are addressing intersectionality, and that is real. You're like, you can't compare people. It's apples to oranges. But for you to outright dismiss women's concerns is absolutely insane. Like I really want Diesel. Let me land this point. Diesel. Let me land this point. We now have a regime who are openly discussing removing the 19th Amendment, which would make it illegal for women to vote. So on top of having our bodily autonomy stripped away, which, again, it's not just a fluffy civil rights. women die in childbirth.
That's never going to
Okay,
happen.
the rate of women dying in childbirth is almost double in red states where they have put in place AB bans and severe restrictions. So what you're
Okay.
talking about
But
in
how am
terms
I, as a
of
black man, to blame for that? How am
Well,
I don't know.
how
blaming
is
you, but
well?
like,
Okay, I'm glad
Diesel,
you
nobody
said
is
that,
blaming
Diesel.
you.
Diesel, how is she or anybody else on this panel as a Democrat to blame for what that person did to you? It works both
Fair
ways,
enough.
my guy.
Okay. Okay. Wait. You can get me with that little.
No,
I'll
no.
hold
Well,
on to that
hold on.
mistake for now.
I wasn't trying to do it. Gotcha. But I want to. Divine wasn't actually finished.
Yeah,
You
and
jumped
I
in
just
there and interrupted her, and then unplottable. So, Divine, please finish what you were trying to say earlier.
Yeah, and I'll make it quick, because I did want to hear his response to what I was saying. But here's the other issue: is that when you keep saying, like, the Democrats don't do this for me, the Democrats don't do this for me, I just want to say that laws are not written for individual or groups of people, because if we make a law that lifts everybody up, you will be lifted along with that. But if the Democrats did make a law just for black men to help them out, and it could be an amazing law, all everybody would say is, look at how they're just doing it for that
Right.
community.
They're
So
racist.
there really is no win-win there. And I'll leave it
They,
there.
okay,
That's
Obama
a great
made
fucking
laws
point, Divine. Thank you.
for
Yes.
immigrants.
That
It's like,
that
I
also
just see
go
everybody
go
in the Democrat Party eating except for blacks, though. That's the problem. He did make laws
make
specifically for LGBTQ. I'm like, okay, cool. You made laws for feminists.
And
Okay,
you got
cool.
shit
Those
for it.
things I don't resonate with. Those don't apply.
What?
Don't apply to me.
Okay, real quick. What law do you want Democrats to pass, Diesel, that they haven't passed that would make you think they really care about me? What's the law?
Okay, something involving, okay, for instance, prison industrial complex, and then also mental health, like what happened to Sonia Macy, which was a black woman. They should have had mental health units, not law enforcement show-ups, unarmed
But Diesel,
mental health units.
that is literally what Democrats and leftists are talking about on their platforms. Like Zoran Mamdani, it's literally, that's his whole thing, is having a community safety program of mental health professionals.
Well, Diesel. Okay, Diesel. And this was a problem of Democratic messaging. They went with defund the police. It did, which was horseshit. But that's exactly what you're talking about. The mental health people showing up. That's what they were talking about. That's what that defund police movement was about, but they chose the dumbest fucking stupid ass slogan to make it look like we're trying to get rid of police, which is absolutely ridiculous. But it was Democrats pushing the very policies. Well, hold on, that you just said that you wanted, that you didn't have. Democrats did push this. So what's the other law?
They're kind of late, right? No, helping with our businesses. Okay, for instance, I've been trucking for 12 years. And I know it's going to be hard for me to get a business on, and I'm not just going to say it's racial-wise, but something that could help me get ahead in the game. Help me with a trucking business, and after to get into another field, because hey, if AI is going to take over trucking, I need another line of work. I need to be able to work from home. I need some other skills where I could do something, and it can't be gatekeeped because of how somebody feels. Like, oh, I'm in tech, but I don't want to help you out now because you seem like a misogynist. Like, no gatekeeping of black folk. Help us out economically, because I swear, all of our majority of crimes that we commit from our, that come from our community, majority of it has an economic base at it. There's always economics related. So it's like we're not being reached out. All the cool fields I see across America, all these heavy machinery jobs, get some of my brothers who are black Americans in those fields. I know we could be out there.
I love that. Diesel. Well, hold on, guys. Diesel, I don't know if you can read this. Let me read it to you. Biden-Harris administration announced a significant increase in lending to black-owned small businesses. So they were doing that. So what's the other law?
Damn. Okay. I'm like, I didn't see it. I'm like, I sure could have used it.
And so let me well, hold on, let me pause real quick, guys, because I want to make this point. You've brought up 2 laws that you wanted passed that would make you feel like they were taking care of you, right, as a black person. In both cases, both of the things that you said they were doing, right? This is a problem with Democratic fucking shit messaging. They weren't getting it across when the progressives actually were doing things that were progressive. They didn't get it across. And then you've got the other propagandists just being, it caused Diesel to not realize that he was actually getting some of the things that he was looking for. That's
Diesel,
a
you're
problem.
owner operator. Diesel, are you owner operator?
No, I'm company now, but I used to be owner. That didn't work out.
Okay, but you were talking about what could benefit you, right? And Kamala did have a program if you wanted to be an owner operator, instead of a company driver, where they gave it. Well, I think it was like $50,000 tax credit. Maybe it's 25. I can't remember exactly anymore.
I think it was 25,000.
I'm sorry, 25.
I think so.
For new businesses that you could start. Diesel, that pertains to you personally. Yep. This is one of her policies that she was promoting. And I want you to look, Diesel. No shade. I want you to succeed. And I want you to have every opportunity to succeed and help if it's available to you. Because guess what? The billionaires and the corporations have every opportunity because they help legislate the laws.
And their children,
They lobby for all these laws to rig the system in their favor and against you because you're a small guy.
But there's a lot of propaganda out there, and a lot of people only receive some of that propaganda.
That's right.
And once you hear something negative that's affecting you, it's hard to get to the good stuff, right? So it's important for us to all make sure we look and research, right? Because the propaganda is thick and it's everywhere. And it's hurting us individually, right?
They survive off propaganda.
Yeah, and as we saw, Diesel in real time is realizing that, right? In real time, you just realize that, right, Diesel? Because it's not even. I don't even blame you for it necessarily. Because the average person that's working, especially a truck driver, you ain't going to have fucking time to go and dig through all these little policies and things. It's their fucking responsibility to tell you what the fuck they're doing and what they're going to do. And they just did a piss poor job of it. And it sucks.
If someone would have met me at a truck stop and said, hey, here.
Lisa, I just want to make sure you understand this. This is not about getting you. This is about educating you to make the best choice available for you. Right. I want you to vote. I want you to speak up for yourself because I believe you're part of the 99%.
Yep.
And I will say
but
too,
also,
like this is all gonna
from
get.
The left, we gotta stop the accusatory. Like we gotta stop accusing a man. Like men exist, misogynists, patriarchy, white folks exist, racist. Can't just. Even on my end as a black man, I had to learn. Like, hey, I can't no longer just. Which I never did blanket anybody one way or the other before I met them and heard them out. But I met plenty of MAGA folks who I go on their panels or just meet them in real life, and I'm just like, y'all, I don't get that vibe of mean-spirited and anti-blackness. But although I don't agree with their policies, I
would love to not blanket. I would love to not blanket. Call people things like I would love to not say fascist or white supremacist or nationalist or even Zionist, right? Like I would love to just say people, right? But there are those people. They're fucking hateful, and they are like. But you know what? There's more.
And sometimes we're quick to call them. Sometimes we're quick to call them things based on one thing that they say. And that's not right. And I'm guilty of it too, guys. We all are.
I really want to jump in on this because Diesel, I think one thing that I would really encourage you, because you keep bringing it up, is issues related to women and misogyny. And one thing that happened with the announcement that food stamps were not going to be happening here in November, there were men And I follow a bunch of Black content creators, and there are a number of Black men that were saying, oh, fellas, this is actually good for us, because now the ladies are going to be willing to hang out with us for like $40 and we're going to get our needs met. Like nasty ass. No, but this went viral, and this Diesel. This was multiple.
Well, hold on,
people.
Diesel. Hold on, Diesel.
This
Let
was
her land her
multiple.
plane.
Yeah, we've been listening to you a bunch. This was multiple people that weighed in like that, and so and like DJ said, we need to call a spade, right? And I believe in working class solidarity, the 90% versus the 10%, first and primary. But I'm not going to let people slide for saying BS, right? And we're now in the place where mainstream Dems like Ezra Klein is trying to say, oh, let's run anti-choice Democrats because that's how we'll win elections. So they're willing to throw us under the bus, and they're willing to throw half the population of women, which is all colors and races of women. Don't you think that they're going to do the same thing for you? So it's solidarity across all of these different measures, and you need to educate yourself on these issues so that you can stand in solidarity. Because if you don't, you're a weak link.
But that's what we're doing here, right? That's
dark
what this.
humor. There's dark humor that's out there, and I understand that might offend, but I can read between the lines. I know dark humor when I see it, especially coming from my community. Dave Chappelle is my favorite comedian. Look who attacked him. It was somebody who was in support of the trans community who got on stage. Now, I would never compare Charlie Kirk to Dave Chappelle at all, because Dave Chappelle vouched for Black people as well. But
okay, but Diesel though. Like, okay, so wait, so are you trying to say that because a trans person attacked somebody of color that it's all trans? I mean, that's like saying, look, that Black person went in that store and robbed somebody, so they're all. Do you know what I'm saying? So we have to stop that, all of us. Yes.
Okay, fair enough. But what I'm saying is, someone like Dave Chappelle
can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Hang on, Diesel.
Yeah. Right, but there's always going to be haters. There's always going to be propaganda.
Johnny, go ahead. You haven't spoken in a minute.
The propaganda thing. So, and look, Poetivity and Unplottable. Look, I got nothing against either of you. I get a little snappy in the morning time. So, the propaganda on the right and left is a big issue. For instance, Unplottable, you said that, there's a party that's actively, openly talking about repealing the 19th Amendment. I would be in Diesel's corner that that's a little bit of dark humor, because that would take, a convention of states, a 2/3 majority of states to do that. It's never going to happen. So on your part, you're kind of spreading propaganda yourself right there.
No, you are actually spreading propaganda because they are literally talking about this in this regime.
But
right?
is that ever going to? Is that ever going to?
We are in a fascist takeover, Johnny.
Of the states.
We are in a fascist takeover. They don't even need to do that.
You know what? Okay. Can I make a comment here? You know how
I got a question for everybody on the panel.
You know how you.
Well, hold on, Diesel. Guys, I can't hear shit. Yeah. Diesel, hold on. Sensei, go ahead.
Can I reframe this here? Hey, Johnny, you know how you don't repeal the 19th Amendment? Don't talk about repealing it. It starts from there. Whether it's
I don't actually.
No,
I don't.
He's referring to the party.
Yeah, the party.
Yes, I'm talking about the party.
Johnny, with all due respect, Johnny, we also thought the National Guard wouldn't be turned against
It all starts from the idea of repealing it.
Okay, Divine, you have a fair point there.
Yeah. So I the first person I ever heard say this was a guy named Riley Flack. And I'm like, what the fuck kind of crazy nut job? And then I just kept hearing it. And this was like 2-3 years ago, I heard it from this guy. And then I kept hearing it. And then I'd start hearing representatives talk about it. And then I just kept hearing it. And then I started seeing it in the news. And I started seeing it in national news. So it is something they're talking about in their inner circles. This is something that is concerning.
Women.
It is concerning.
Yeah, they know women do not vote for Republicans. And so they want to eliminate, they're working to eliminate all voters who don't vote for them.
Right.
And that's their goal. And
important why we talk about it on these panels, because there are people that don't understand, right? Like the birthright citizenship, right? We never thought that, but it's they're trying, right? Like same-sex marriage, they're trying. So it is it is stuff, and you would never think that could ever happen, but it is, and we do got to talk about it.
Yeah, things are getting pushed to the extreme. I mean, we have literally watched the G-side
Trump's
for
MO.
the last 2 years. So you ladies are all correct. I'm sorry.
Exactly,
It
John.
is a valid point. But
Trump
I'd
has
like to
Trump has
ask
an
one
MO.
thing.
Okay. Well,
Hang on,
guys,
hang on. I'd like to
the
ask
live
one thing of
is
everybody.
technically over,
Is
so
nationalism. Okay.
the live is technically over. One last question. I guess we can get an answer from some people, but we're going to end it. But go ahead,
to ask one question
Johnny.
for everybody after
So
everybody's
what
done.
I wanted to hang on, Diesel. So what I wanted to ask is, does everybody in the panel agree that our politicians should only be loyal to this country?
Absolutely.
Agree.
Absolutely.
Wait,
Absolutely.
what was the question? I'm sorry.
Well, that technically makes you a nationalist, unfortunately. And if you happen to have white skin, that makes you a white nationalist.
Okay, wait,
And
wait.
that's the danger of that.
Wait,
Now,
what was the
anybody else
question?
ever
I
used
didn't
the
hear
term
you.
globalist?
It's being
If
used.
you've used the term globalist before, you were defined by the ADL as an anti-Semite.
That doesn't make you a
Right.
nationalist, though. That's a very simplified version of what a nationalist is.
You know,
in the USA Aid, and USA Aid helps other countries. Plus, it helps the United States. I believe our people should be taken care of before other countries, right? Because if we can't take care of ours, we shouldn't be helping others.
U.S. citizens,
But
just so you know, if we're going to go there, tariffs harm consumers, which are U.S. citizens. Tariffs harm us.
You know,
on top of all the inflation, everything else.
Can I?
So
can
in
I
that regard,
Well, if it's
Can
an
I say
answer to the
something on this?
last question, sure.
Yeah. Okay. So in your neighborhood, you consider the best neighbor the one who is the most giving, who you can call on whenever you need help, who will come to your aid, who will be there for you. That is the best neighbor. And that is the neighbor that you're willing to get a Christmas present for, that you're willing to invite to your parties, that you're willing to bring bread to, that when they have a disability or something happen to them, you are right there for them because they would be right there for you. Now, the way that the nationalism is rolling out, that is not the neighbor that we are in the world anymore. Under Trump. Under Trump, we are the selfish guy that stays in his house all the time, and when your kids walk on his lawn, he comes out with his gun and threatens to shoot them. That's who we are now.
Right.
And that is not, to me, nationalism. That doesn't make me proud of my nation. It doesn't make me feel like my nation's protected. It doesn't make me feel like I'm a member of a good, strong nation that I can be proud of. And that is where nationalism and YT nationalism and Christian YT nationalism gets it all wrong. They are not making
Right. And saying that, like, I don't want my politicians to be doing things like Ted Cruz, for example, openly stated he ran to be the best, cheerleader for Israel. We don't need that. Like, that's bullshit. Like, they took an oath to the people of this country and our Constitution, not somebody else. But that doesn't mean also that you like Poetivity was saying, you don't have to go around and pew-pewing your neighbors whenever they step out of line or their dog shits in your yard. That's ridiculous. But
I push back upon what was just said. I think the people of the global south would disagree with us or disagree with Poetivity. We've been the bully of the global south, raping the global south for
that's true.
200 years.
Yes, that is true.
Oh, yeah.
We are a bully. Yes, we are a bully.
And you guys have to understand, everyone needs to understand too, that what we do to people abroad ultimately boomerangs back. So, for example, they convinced us that it was a great idea to send all of our manufacturing overseas because it would somehow, quote unquote, help consumers. It didn't. It helped the global elites amass crazy amounts of power and wealth, right?
Yep.
And at the same time, put people into industrial wage slavery, right, overseas. Look at what we've done to Africa, Asia, South America, and that we continue to do. We destabilize their economies and their governments so that we can extract and exploit them. That is the playbook. So as Americans, we actually need to be internationalist in how we think of policy and organize from that perspective. Because if we don't, again, it boomerangs back. If we look at what's happened in Gaza, that I fundamentally believe that will happen here. We have a global elite that is not loyal to any country, that is not loyal to any government, right? They're not beholden to anybody.
Right.
And I have no doubt, like Stephen Miller's on record saying that he wants our population, which is currently at 340 million, to be down to 100 million of people that quote unquote look like him, which is white Jewish Zionists. Okay, so I want that to sink in for everybody. So we're no longer here in just the let's debate electoral politics. We're like literally in survival. I think they actually want to kill off the majority of us. They now have unimaginable levels of technology in which to do that. We saw that with Gaza. They can blow up pagers. Okay, they can literally fly a drone over your
and
head.
who knows they didn't do it to every cell phone on the face of the earth where at any moment they could
Amen.
just
100% agree with you on that. 100%.
You don't know. You would never know.
Right,
But-
and so it is literally an
Can I
outdated
say this last thing?
it's an outdated argument to be talking about this nationalist versus internationalist, Democrat versus Republican. Like, you need to think of this in terms of class solidarity, right? And then to not be willing to throw anyone under the bus. That's the difference between true leftists and I think Republicans MAGA, is that they are willing to who are you willing to throw under the bus? And my argument would be nobody.
Right. Don't need to. Yeah, don't need to.
But if I may add,
I appreciate
Okay.
I appreciate where you're going with that.
Okay.
I think it's more.
All right.
I think it's more nuanced than that.
And
Unfortunately,
have a good night,
because
everybody. The live is
far
over. To the people on YouTube, I ended up just dropping it. Everybody was going to keep going, so I just ended that fucking shit. We'll see you guys next time. Thank you.